Hey, how's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hope you're having a good weekend. How we doing, Sora, Danny, Rogue Cow, Nene, Kara, anyone else who's opened about? As soon as I started talking, Kevin came to say hi. Hey, Scott. How you doing? Cat. Beat a Chan pal. Nice. How you doing, Kevin? I'm Shiny Woshan. Yeah, remind me later. I'm not sure what my plans today look like. You've come far, I perceive. Hey, Hazel. Okay. So, Lazel, College of Chuck. Let's get it. Depending on how efficiently I move today, maybe we finish the run. Stuff we still have left. Minsk. Gortash. Foundry. Orin. I don't really care about. I could do Carrion. Could do Leroic and could do Saravok. Just had Jorax and decided to go hostile because he fell through the rafters while I was trying to lure him near to the spider hole. That's funny.
One true way.
Did I ever get close to Baneful Strike in this run? I did. Okay, that's good. Good job, me. I'm thinking about do I try to do Maragon Fireball and stuff to Orin for the memes? That's kind of involved. Maybe I save that for another run. Installed Battlefield 6 beta. It lasted about 10 minutes. Turns out I in fact cannot 360 no scope at my ripe old age. Yeah, I think I've aged past the ability to enjoy those games too.
That you also saved me was unexpected. Your inclination to generosity is an admirable quality, one I wish to reciprocate. Blurg and I have consulted, given my...
Well, it's a real one. Oh, I guess I have Ethel to deal with too. Yeah, let's do that. Let a star and make me a spawn. Hey, power's power. In a super duper min-max kind of run, that's just free power.
The Blushing Mermaid. Not my preferred drinking hole, dear readers. In fact, that's curious.
Unless the maid is on fire, shove off. Actually, just leave me to burn. Oh, bloody hangover. I could close the maid, and the bosun would be grumpy. Like it's will be done. I know what to do. What did...
Mommy. How much oil of combustion do I have? Oh yeah, we might be in vendor jail for a while. We'll see. Neat. All the skellies have gone.
I will ascend.
Almost walked into a gaggle of Canadian geese.
I am fury. I am death.
Guess maybe I shouldn't have had Hope hide.
I am fury. I am death.
That's
I will
alright.
ascend. Gonna finger your eye hole. Swift and lethal. We must speak.
vines. This is a hag's lair. I shouldn't linger.
I'd also like to point out that this is not me stacking arcane acuity. I have one piece of spell save DC increasing item. It's just having 16 charisma and forcing disadvantage.
Quickly then. Spotted a trap. Move with purpose. Take heed.
Need freedom of movement. Blind immunity. I don't have fire arrows. That'll make this more difficult. Huh. How do I do that? Be fun.
With every breath, a purpose. Action, not
Let's go for
reaction.
low gear budget. No such thing as best. Like in a party of 4 where 3 PCs get all the premium magic items, anything function the same, which is hand-me-downs. I mean, wild shape builds barely use gear at all. So that's an option. Something built around Moonbeam would also be a good example, because Moonbeam doesn't benefit from, like, player stuff at all, except for difficulty class. Abjuration Wizard is tanky enough that, you know, even if it has bad gear, it's still tankier than like everything else. Rogue sneak attack doesn't care what weapon it's from, it cares that the weapon is finesse, so you can use hand-me-downs there. Those are some examples.
Wanted my bow to it wouldn't be you I'd call.
Unseen.
I did keep doing turn-based mode here because hope.
Still in shadow.
Thousand of you, peasant.
Very cool. Alright, bye.
Shit.
Hey, Nika. Yeah, most builds don't require certain gear, they're just enhanced by it unless you're relying on gear to increase spell save DC. Yeah, for some builds there will be a specific interaction that you are building around that comes from gear, but like for the most part, it's all replaceable.
Unseen. Repositioning.
I didn't use summons there because it would have been slow. Stylish, but slow. Still kind of back and forth on what the next run should be.
You brought back
I'm
my
still
sweet,
thinking
sweet
on
girl.
the dungeon lock restricted rest rule set, which means I might do the tenacity run first, maybe. We'll see.
Everything's going to be all right. I promise. Mommy.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Hey, Irish. Smasher! Don't talk to me until I've had my morning shocker. Oh. Good for you. Suit Spider-Man, my goat. He's different.
Clementine!
withdrawals.
Who wants to know?
Welcome to the
A
Yeah, shoot.
relaxed tone and easy smile, but the halfling's shifting gaze gives it away. Something has him rattled.
I'm writing a ballad. The Bothered Banker. Hearing what's on your mind would really help.
Can't imagine who would want to hear such a song. He's an unusual
Yeah, let me help.
customer, but the head banker said he'd had that would be very.
Glitterbeard kept checking this one chest in the vault.
Account holders only, which is
Mustn't have seen me.
I'll come back here and get the gold later if I decide that I need it.
Just need to see your vault pass. Look.
As will know I'm throwing tieflings into a chasm. There's a couple things that companions will just know about if they've been recruited when you're doing it. So this is why you'll see me stress out so much over doing my tiefling tossing before recruiting Will, for the most part. Damn it, Skelly. Tiefling tossing's likely making a return with the new routing, yeah. They trade. Oh. Yeah, time's not passing in turn-based mode. Duh.
Enough waiting. I crave blood. Eager for battle.
Hope.
Indolence breeds madness.
Saves Arabella, Gale in the middle of prepping a camp dinner of 40 bottles and wanted a sausage. You know what? Based. Bit under the weather today, sadly. I feel that. I had a rough night myself. I hope your day improves. Probably do Helmet of Grit stuff at some point in this run, just not sure when.
Eager for battle.
it's
Hey, Mick.
still
Hush.
Yep.
enough play. Malcolm.
Victory awaits. Time to strike.
It's work. I just gotta move Hope somewhere safe.
Tazith.
Sorry, Hope. So you're blind, you're stunned.
Swift and lethal.
Stop pulling you. You get clown face man on fake hero. A mod. It used to be a thing that was in the vanilla game, like around maybe patch 3. And they patched it out. I just have a mod that puts it back. Because I think it's funny. I hope start sunbeaming things too.
Intended.
Experimenting with XP routing for Moonrise exploration, and it's something. Do you know how big the trigger is? Have you established a boundary there? Because once we know how big it is, we know how careful we have to be. 'Cause I'm personally not expecting to be able to get the throne room cutscene. Which would probably entail delaying a lot of Moonrise stuff. Horizontal line position from the main steps that extend to the same location near the docks. Can't really bypass without polymorph by going in the back way. Horizontal line position from the main steps extends to the same location near the docks. So You can either polymorph your way in through the front door and then drop it once you are, like... So maybe where Lantarvis. Or you can polymorph past the trigger at the docks and go into the prison. Hey, Exile. I don't know how far it extends inwards. Haven't checked? Okay. Yeah, that was my main question. Gotta figure that out.
Time to strike.
Hey. I'm Skellen here. Warlock probably isn't the best choice to test that since Wisdom proficiency but have good DC. Transportation Wizard probably is the easiest time with this since they have access to an on-demand polymorph shape capable of flight. Isn't that the level 10 feature though? Or is that... That's not level 6. Level 10. That's the issue. Yeah, that's the awkward point. Late-ish. Yeah, by that point you have enough kit that it doesn't really matter anymore, because you only have to delay the spots for one more level if you're going for 12. And you likely have polymorph scrolls. Oh. So we're right there. The Dolly Thrice polymorpher for this somehow? Yes, that's what originally tested it for. But that's the issue, Mick. You don't have Dolly before you have already gotten into Act 2. So the idea behind polymorph is to bypass some of the other triggers. And then the Dolly morph lasts one turn, so that does make it a little awkward for some, but you can do stuff with that. You pre-dash, talk to Dolly, then enter turn-based mode. You can make that work. You can also do that while under the effect of a flight potion or while concentrating on flight. That's what I did originally. Jake, what are you doing? Tempestuous flight for sheep mobility. It's an option. I mean, there's Helldusk flight
Hear
too.
something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Helldusk flight, if you hit level 6, there's flight potions. There's flight scrolls from, well, level 1 really if you're lucky, but level 3 otherwise. we're talking mostly about the Forge XP spot. Yeah, the Forge one, probably just giving up on, but also depending on, you're progressing through the other maps. There's other ones that come up. The Moonrise one, in particular, is one of interest. There's also... I don't think it'll end up being relevant, but the Mountain Pass ones are worth bringing up. Crush Side Door is an example. Potentially Crush Front Door, depending on how big the trigger there is. We gotta figure out the exact fields of some of these spots. I already saved the trail to Crag's one? Yeah, by just going through the Shadow Curse lands, which is what you would do anyway if you wanted Kodanos XP. But yeah, with this you could save it entering from the Wilderness entrance. Be good for region lock.
I am fury. I am death. Time to strike. I will ascend. Pursue nothing.
Maybe Aura of Murder.
An efficient path.
You know, Bazel will ascend. I've heard.
Let's have a look.
Just
A minor hindrance.
bloody jobs.
Do not jump on my desk. Stop it.
My energy wanes. Time to rest.
Any of the Skellies still have inspo? Yeah, that lasts 3 turns. It changes the cost of your melee weapon. Be reaction. So I guess that's worth doing on Diva or Myrmidon right before a fight. More so Diva. Myrmidon has tenacity. Cat, you're fucking killing me here, man.
It wasn't even scratched.
What do you think you're... Go on. What bloody difference does it make?
He doesn't love that I'm doing this, but also doesn't change anything for him. And also he knows he can't stop me.
Another, is it? Oh, good on you, mate.
Just
So this has turned to the absolute. There's something to this cult.
switch bloody jobs.
Why don't I just bloody give you the keys, eh? You could take my office.
Feelings wrong, then why is it fun? Good question. I'm only doing this because I have thieves' tools,
My prayers weren't
and there's almost nothing I care to lockpick for the rest of the game, so...
That's kind of working in a bloody festival.
What do you think you're... What bloody difference does it make?
Footprints of muck.
Probably my summon's behind for Minsk. Jake, stop Jaking. Come on. What do you want? Hello? What the?
A deer keeps the ignorance aware.
You wish to choke me to death? Precisely the attitude. Ruining his city. No fuss.
Just the sort Lord Gortash warns us of. Just the sort he'll deal with. You will once order is restored.
Here, here. My shop's pilfered every day by drugs.
Okay. Think he'll beat starting to run today? Possibly. Depending on how long the fights I have planned today take.
What a gift to be needed now.
Unseen. Not one false move.
I can taste it.
Get over there. Summons normally get the tactician attack bonus. I don't think so. Check a skeleton in case I never noticed. Yeah, maybe they do, but I didn't notice. No booming blade.
Against the...
Get rid of him. Don't be foolish. He is too unpredictable. He will only be a hindrance to us.
Hey, Bunny.
Fine.
His mind, his rage. The ins... In the sun, in the same...
You.
Throwing strength elixirs to ghosts, just noticed they do get it. Neat. Minsk.
Onward.
Hang on. Minsk is on his way.
Okay.
Where are you? Squeak, so I might throw you away. But none like you. He says we will join.
Basically, man. Shovel doesn't. My theory is summons you don't control might get it. So maybe check Splintered Shadowhounds. Check Dance Macabre Ghouls. Newborn Zombies. All that stuff. Yeah, they still come with me, but I'm down to leave them there. Excuse me. Apologies. Oh, Halson's still here. Yeah, I made Halson live in the sewers instead of camp. It's by accident, but I'm gonna do this from now on. Doesn't like the city anyways. That's true. So that's better right now.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood. No time. Come on.
He's looking for his chosen successor. Smell down there's more familiar for him anyway. Why is Halson still in the sewers? I don't know, but it's funny. He's in his element. Shit. Quag does not welcome Halson to camp, it's true. Question is, wondering if any dialogue would hint the player that Minthara might be recruitable later. You just have to know beforehand to do it. To my knowledge, I don't think there is. So when you talk to her in the Goblin camp, you do get a brief vision of Orin. That's something you don't get with other True Souls. That doesn't necessarily correlate to that, but there's also the metagamey stuff of, even if you didn't know, if you look at her character sheet and her inventory, she has things that only companions have. Like, she has toggle non-lethal on her character sheet. So I'd just like to reiterate that this is an upcast Shadow Blade that I'm doing with Booming Blade and extra attack, and I am not a Blade Singer. There's a weirdly widespread belief that that's a Blade Singer thing. It's not. You okay? New player probably wouldn't think much of it. Yeah, and I think that's good for replay value. Like, very few people would organically recruit Minthara on their first playthrough because they just wouldn't think to. But you find out at some point, whether it's from another player or from your own experience, you notice what she drops that other enemies don't. And you're like, oh, okay. Let's try something new here. But then there's also, what if someone did a Raid the Grove route, or they just walked out of Act 1 before resolving the Goblin Leader's conflict? At that point, you can meet Minthara in Act 2, and she's very visibly recruitable. Hey, Madame, how are you? The DC 18 blindness. Pretty good. 18 riz. So I do wonder about making this NPC an ally. She's even got Font of Inspiration. So if you, like, made her an ally and then out of combat clicked Song of Rest, she would get her Bardic Inspiration back too. I don't know that that's useful, but it is fun. Yeah, what are you doing? Your Shadowhounds get it? Okay, so can probably assume that things that are not directly under your control get it. Nice one. Rant? What am I ranting about? Yeah, they did not need my help. Morning, Rathana.
We must speak. Ready to do some business? Give me that. So big. As for what that is, well, I knew you'd understand. Everyone's owned by somebody. Might as well sign up to be on the
Excited for the
winning
6/6
team.
ghosts, since you just hit an enemy and like you get an entire squad of ghosts and dogs that attack them afterwards. It seems pretty fun. You could do some crazy stuff. Like Fowler Shriek has to go absolutely nuts on that setup, right? You get so much Gaping Wounds value too, if you wanted to go that direction.
Ukta, I remain... Have you made an acquisition? Ah, wonderful.
Suppose I'm too. You'll have what guild blades I can give when the time.
Give the vault keys for money? Yep. You can even do it after you've already used them. I have done hasted Primordial Spectres, they're terrifying. Do they get Spore Grenades? Or do you have to use the spell or deploy a potion? What else is left for me to do in this map? Orin, yeah. Still have Peg on. I'll do that now. I should get Marco. Minor illusion sometimes not force the investigation check. Couldn't get it to make Gimblebach and his friends actually roll yesterday. Sometimes it gets a little weird. Probably make use of that. Hope using Phantasmal Killer on people is probably decent. Enjoy your money rolling. Love your army, I'm following you. Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Her and the night song? Speak true now,
Out of my face.
for I detest a lot. Shitty thought occurred to me. You could use Hope for the Jenny Lantern. Speaking of Hope, how is she still following? Is she not locked to the House of Hope? She is if you use the door. I didn't do that. I dolly ported out. But we still haven't, oh, Raphael. I know what that means. You can fast travel while you're polymorphed, even from areas that you can't normally. And if you give Dolly thrice the wrong password when you click on the bell to talk to her, she polymorphs you into an animal for 1 turn.
Securing.
being lazy and using my psychic weapon to do this. Haste spores work. Nice. Another spell save DC option. Do I want Marco or do I want Valar Shriek for war and fight? Valar. Though, Ring of Spiteful Thunder to daze would be quite good. I'll figure it out. Hey, Sonya. Hey, Gideon stuff. What about hoping the lamb for her to not ruin my Orin fight? I can have her not ruin the Orin fight as long as I keep her away. She won't try to catch up once I'm already in combat. So I'm not too worried about that.
Eager for battle. Big lady. Objective noted.
Murder shall perish.
But in his doom. vigilant. There are traps here.
She's not willing to jump down from somewhere where she take fall damage.
Stone. The Baal amulet trembles in fright. Will you return?
Hey, rolling.
Without delay.
The shadows fill with malcontents.
Hey, Lich, how are you? We go here. Hold here for Ice Storm. I don't hate that. I think I like Bone Shaking Thunder better here. Doing good, love the 8-int wizard. Yeah. Don't really need intelligence. Don't even really need mental stats in this game. And a lot of wizard spells, you can just unprepare them once you, have had them do what you need.
Action, not reaction.
Like, you don't need to keep Animate Dead prepared, though as a Necromancy wizard, it's always prepared. You don't need to keep Summon Diva, Conjure Elemental, Conjure Minor Elemental. There's some non-wizard spells that applies to. Shadowblade, though you need to keep it prepared if you want to keep the upcast on the Shadowblade you made. But also, I have 5 slots. I don't need more. And, Bard spells are going off my charisma. That's my hold person. And that's the only one I really care about. I guess hold monster. Find it funny? Yeah. I do want to do a run where I have a very smart barbarian.
Proceeding.
Which bard school? Valor, doing combat inspiration stuff. Basically, yeah, these are super juiced skeletons. Combat inspiration, when used as a reaction to do damage, is its own instance of damage, so it gets this undead thralls bonus. But also it counts as an additional hit with whatever weapon they used. So if I had, let's say, purple worm toxin on a skeleton bow, it can apply another stack of that purple worm, and that purple worm toxin tick itself is going to get the undead thralls bonuses too. Anyway. So currently the plan for Orin is I want to go and stick a paralytic effect and then have all of my summons apply poison to her at once because I think it'd be funny. Wait for Maya to get out of the shower so I can do her nails because I'm still asleep. Oh, that sounds fun. That Skelly's injured. I'll give it shield to Thralls.
Support close at hand.
I could have us here as well, but meh. I don't have any more Imbus pots. Oh, that's fine. This. Bloodlust. Okay. Orin tried to teleport to me, went prone. Still have Terrazol. 45 to land that hold person. What about this hold person? 65. I haven't gotten my Bloodlust action yet. I don't want to waste the opportunity to do oil of combustion stuff here. So no Gortash yet? No.
Victory awaits. Victory awaits. Change my mind. A lot of multitasking. I feel like styling on Orin, you know? Jake, what are you jaking about?
This one is gonna do this. Unfortunate. That's all the skellies. Oh yeah, you can't poison your weapons. Yana's gonna be in a bit of a death loop for a little while. She uncanny dodged. I'll move that just a little bit. Sorry, Yana. First oil of combustion going off. You purple worm.
I will ascend.
No point using thunder because of the silence bubble now. Do a cold cliff, not aggravation. Heat metal would honestly go pretty hard on Aura. I got scroll wise. Cone of cold could be sick. Good old cloud kill though. Any unstoppable left? She doesn't. I was gonna save this for Gortash, but it gave Orin poison vulnerability. stacks of purple worm there. It's fine, you're fine. Thought I'd have more time to do that, but that's okay. Unfortunate. Alright, she's burning now too. The summons are fearful, but I'm immune to that. Anybody die? Nobody died. Okay. But she took a bunch of poison damage there. And I thought that was neat. You are fearful.
Time to strike.
You are fearful.
I will ascend.
You are not. Mervin got clipped there. I'll have to resummon you. Eva got knocked into the Mine Sanctuary, which is a little awkward.
Victory awaits.
You are also fearful, and you are also fearful. I'm on Terra's ult time right now. I don't think that's something I really need to be concerned about, though. Prone. To Bliss. Let's use the free cast here. You're not fearful, good for you. Chi-Chi's time to go buy sushi. Yeah.
The metal you have robbed another god of his collection.
Fine.
This breeds madness.
That was fun. We lose just the Air Myrmidon? Cool. Replaceable. A whisper disconnected her brain from the rest of her body? Yeah. She was trying to use her legendary res to not go prone from the reverb. Didn't work out.
Objective noted.
You...
I could switch from air to water. If I did the cold snap setup, that would kind of work out nicely. But the stun from air is just so good. Could prep dethrone for the sake of doing it. No.
Not a single act wasted.
My last elixir of vigilance.
Assume nothing. Indolence breeds madness. Proceed.
Yeah, the Orin poison kill could have gone smoother if I had applied gaping wounds. If I had gotten reverb on her as well, like before, earlier, it still worked. Moonrise trigger is more forgiving than I thought. You can save by entering through the prison. Problem is to access a Raj, you need to cross it. What if we move a rush?
We must seize the third stone before it breaks free.
If we can use minor illusion or musical performance to lure Raj into the throne room after we've dealt with that, and then waypoint abduct her somewhere else. Don't worry about minor illusion triggering it. Yeah, don't spawn the illusion in a Raj's room. Spawn it in the throne room.
Repositioning.
So quickly.
No more pussies. A travesty.
Let's go hit the bathwater. Oh yeah, I was gonna do Poisoner's Ring on Gort. I forgot that. For Gort? Haha. Could try to set up Horny, but it seems difficult. Falcon. Am I done with Marco? No, Hungar of Hadar would actually be pretty good. But for Raphael, we know I'm doing Eye Bite. So... Rhapsody. Definitely Spiteful Thunder still, though. DC without remittance, 17 on Bard stuff, 13 on Wizard stuff. That would be a case for me doing this. Ballast still makes sense. Popping off Biconia's shield for what? Probably staying on it, actually.
Consider me intrigued.
Eva just took fall damage. What are you doing, bro?
There are 3 things you need to know about Raphael.
Okay,
He's almost home now, closer than a kiss.
good to know.
His favorite color is blood,
Oh, I wouldn't have guessed that.
and he probably knows 1,000 ways to kill us.
Well, he's not gonna get to do any of them, so. Him more than us, Hope. Him more than us. Yeah, I think my plan for Gortash is actually, just dominate person and have my summons friendly fire him to death while I have high spell save DC. Triggers a box with width of the entrance hall that extends upwards to the top floors and back to the staircase behind the throne room. Okay. So that cutscene's gonna be a problem. Less of a problem, because with Minthara dead, we don't care. Does it go all the way up to the roof? Maybe? Let me check. Okay. Sorry for the bajillion questions. Now I'm going to be swapping the Drake Throat element and all of my summon weapons to cold. It's better against Gortash and Raphael.
Another stride toward fate.
Hope only benefits from an actual long rest.
Not reaction.
Unless I give her a long rest potion. Which is certainly an option. You used to be able to successfully heal undead with that. Can't anymore. Can still heal objects with it though, amusingly. Save zones are the areas where Lantarv and Roa and the other side, where the goblins and Araj are. The columns are good landmark for the wit. Okay. It's pretty actionable. It's awkward enough that this is one of those cases where I might just, like, for my personal use, save that one until 10, possibly 9, but that's still an increase in XP, right? Getting to a Raj without polymorph's a tricky part. Row and land harbor safe. Thinking. I'll keep thinking about that. That is a problem. I do also need to do, finish up Steel Watch before I go to Gortash. Almost for Gore. Everybody's inspired. Rhapsody, Old Snap.
Quickly then. Into the shadows.
Door to the kitchen on that side, you can access from the outside of Moonrise. How do you get to that spot safely, though? Do you go from, like, the Roa Lantarv side around the back? Just did it? Nice. Cool.
Quickly then.
Oh yeah, how did the Ancient Forge stuff go? Any luck bypassing that trigger? Or is it like the entire Forge platform? Got ribbon stacked. Spell save DC, my Bard stuff's 22, Wizard stuff is 18. Bought a bunch of Eyebite scrolls, let's get those on the bar. Oh. I guess the problem about stacking remittance in here is I'm gonna lose it again in a moment. I'll restack it in camp.
Anything you want to say? anything you want to say? Don't you snort.
Walk to the left of the stairs, you can jump through the roof stairs, just head to the door, leads to the kitchen. Cool.
Time to rest.
You restack remittance here.
Undetected.
My new Myrmidon doesn't have the aid that Xander Tupin did, but I haven't bothered to get Shield of Faith or Ruins Mage Armor, but who cares about AC? Don't you snarl. Hey Guava Chips, how are you?
My eyes grow heavy. Best to make camp. Onward.
That's something I should invest in. I should get sleep drugs for Hope, so she just goes to sleep.
Indolence breeds madness.
I don't drug your friends? Oh. Sorry, I get confused sometimes. Feign Death can only target players.
Repositioning. capacitor awaits your This will destroy the foundry.
Okay.
That was a hell of a show, my friend.
Was it?
But it's
Enough. Take the city, please.
you.
What? I still want to believe you're better than that, Wilbrin. But even I
When
An alliance where the eye.
Yeah, we saved all the Gondians. Tubin is still concentrating, so I could still use that for, let's hope if I was up in mine too.
Without delay.
I could just have Floric do the job in the other map, and then when I come back here, I don't know, I'll figure something out. Fucking Gondians. Still have combat music. Oh, because of the shovel thing that I did. Yeah. How do I want to handle Worm's Rock? Do I clear it out fully, then go get Horny? Bring Horny to Gort? Maybe. How many dominate versions do I have? 3. That's enough. Yeah, so I want to clear out Worm's Rock, with the exception of the Coronation Hall level, because that one's just a pain in the ass, and you don't need to bother. Although, maybe I should do that, given, no, I could get around it still, but I will kill them. I'll just have to be careful. So I lost protection from evil and good. Let's see. It'd be very funny if I turned someone to stone, but it wouldn't really help me. I could have Hope start using her own summons here. It's not the worst idea. Roof is safe, sick.
taste my fury.
Into the shadows.
I'm impressed you saw me. Okay. Low roll.
Victory awaits. Time to strike. Make way.
Finish it.
Assume nothing. Objective noted.
Into the shadows. Light steps.
Andor has you hooked. Already past the halfway mark for season 2. It's so good.
I am fury. I am death. Inefficient path.
I was in Greater Invis for a while there. That was fun. Poached the key from me. Okay.
I will take my pick.
that second floor is going to be a little trickier. Let's have Floric peg me. I don't actually have any scrolls of that. Huh. We will not be having Floric peg me. And I'll do it myself. I think a wizard would be able to make a scroll. Not odd that you can't in this, yeah.
Enough waiting. I crave blood. Proceeding. Unheard, unseen.
Change elixirs again. It's fine at this point. Just leave it. Style for no reason. I think we're gonna style for no reason. $166 damage disintegrate is pretty cool. My wizard spell save DC right now is 20, with my 8 intelligence.
Imagine being smart. An accident, but worked out. I'll be stunned. My lethargic turn incoming. Here. Side. Made disintegrated. No, I can speak. What made the disintegrated enemy chilled? Well, it's not. This says it must succeed a DC 13 con saving throw to be chilled or not be chilled. It's lying. It's just if someone misses you with an attack, they get chilled. Really good item. Do it again. Two. Problematic enough that I'm going to do this. I do need that concentration. I missed Klein. Today, learn you want recruitment Thara, you can bring her with you on the boat the gnomes tieflings use when you free them too at the same time. Never occurred to me to try that before. Yeah, the game's intuitive. It is a way out of the prison. You just gotta get her out of the prison. And far enough away from the prison. Why did they all just teleport to me? Huh? I mean, okay, but... Huh? Incredible, you're still discovering things. This game has just a lot to it. What's the strongest and weakest monk subclass in your opinion? Multiclass weakest monk? Quantifying strongest and weakest without context is not only pointless, but stupid. Could you give me a little more context?
And as for multi-classes, like, why multi-class at all? There's reasons to, but what do you want out of your levels? Playing duo honor mode, open hand, and shadow subclasses. How about Rogue Thief is pretty good? Why is Rogue Thief pretty good? When I ask questions like this, I'm going towards a point, so bear with me. Because of bonus actions? Fangs of the Fire Snake isn't a bonus action. Does Thief do anything for Fangs of the Fire Snake? Shadow Strike isn't a bonus action. Does Thief do anything for Shadow Strike? Not only does Thief not do anything for Shadow Strike, you can't have Thief and Shadow Strike at the same time because it costs too many levels. And you also can't have, if you're doing 4-element setup, you can't have Fighter Dip for Action Surge and Gear proficiencies while still maintaining Monk 9 for maximum strength unarmed stuff, so... Now, open hand, you already have an additional bonus action with Wholeness of Body up. More is good, but, like, is that always the play? I wouldn't say so. Depends on what you were trying to do specifically in your gameplay loop.
Still in shadow. You won't deny me. Staying out of sight. Your pain, my pleasure.
Teach a man to fish kind of approach, I respect it. It tends to be more effective. Good subclass with open hand shadow would be. So, like, why are you multi-classing? Going back to that question. Why? Why do you need to multi-class? Why not pure class? Is there a particular reason? Or are you just defaulting to multi-classing? And, once again, how are you playing open hand and shadow? Are you playing Shadow in a way where you're going for peak Shadow damage, which would be 11 Monk for Shadow Strike, because otherwise you don't have the ability? Are you playing Monk to boost your hand crossbow damage, which is a very viable thing? Are you playing as a thrower? Are you playing resource dump heavy? Are you not? Do you want to play armored? Do you want to play unarmored? Are you going open hand for attacking as many times per round as possible? Are you going open hand to play around key resonation? Are you going open hand to play a weapon-focused monk? And take advantage of the fact that open hand is the easiest one with which to make your monk attacks with weapons in your hands? Like, this is what I mean by more information. I always thought that multi-class lets you build stronger characters. Read high-level class features. That is an assumption made by people who have never read high-level class features.
This city is
Simple fists, only fists. So, fists and you are not equipping weapons to boost the damage of your punches. Monk increases hand crossbow damage. If you're proficient, yes. Because the way Monk's martial arts die works is it increases the damage of anything that is classified as a monk weapon, which is a weapon that is not two-handed, that you have proficiency with. It will increase the damage. Your monk martial arts die goes up as you level, capping out at character level, at monk level 9, I should say. Meaning, at level 9 monk, if you are proficient with hand crossbows, the damage of them goes up to be the same damage die as short bows. Meaning monks make very good archers if you're doing that dual wield hand crossbow setup. And you can get a lot of value out of that on open hand monk as well, because they have wholeness of body for that additional bonus action, which they could use to shoot a hand crossbow again. There's a lot of ways to play everything in this game. Classes are not monolithic. I've read them. You haven't. You just don't think most of them are worth it? You haven't read them, then. Let's pull up the wiki. Oh, hang on. Before that, let me... It's an annoying fucking sound. One second. First playthrough was pure Paladin just for fun. And yeah, Paladin's a good example of something that could poison the well of your understanding there, because pure class Paladin makes you weaker, not stronger. As opposed to almost every other class. We'll go through it. Because this is a good discussion topic, and I want to take the opportunity to talk about this. Alright. Attention wasn't disturbed? No, you're not disturbing me at all. I'm explaining my thought processes here. And it's a good discussion topic. So, yeah, we do this all the time. Don't feel bad, you're not derailing anything. This is a good discussion, and thank you for bringing it up. Alright, so let's start. I talked about Paladin, pure class, making you weaker. And this is for a couple of reasons. First reason, opportunity cost. Remember, you only have 12 levels to work with. So if you are taking a level, you are taking that level for a reason. To progress towards a certain feature, to pick up a certain feature, it's always for a reason. Always take a level with purpose. The thing about Paladin features here is your best feature, and I hate saying the word best. I absolutely hate it because it is so hard to quantify without context, but considering the class isn't good. The best feature is Divine Smite here, which you get at level 2. Now, every level beyond 2 that you take is removing a level you could have taken to eliminate the weaknesses of this class having bad higher level features. For example, you are a half-caster, which is not inherently bad because Ranger can get away with being a half-caster with their progression. But if you are relying on this feature, Divine Smite, which costs spell slots, picking up levels elsewhere to have more uses of Divine Smite is more valuable than getting things down here that don't help you with Divine Smite. Pretty straightforward, right? Like, if you take Wizard, you not only get whatever features you would get from that many Wizard levels, Wizards are full casters, so you're getting more spell slots. If you take Sorcerer, you get Meta Magic, which you can use to also create more spell slots. If you get Druid levels, you could go Spores to get Halo of Spores for action economy. Paladin action economy is quite bad. You could go Stars to have Unbreakable Concentration, and stuff you can do on your bonus action. You get ritual spells like Enhanced Leap and Longstrider. You get all sorts of good things for just taking dips into other classes. And this is the power of multi-classing in a lot of cases. This is why people often view the default for builds as, hey, multi-classing better. Because there are some situations where it is. The Paladin class is a great example. Going beyond 2, not particularly good. A couple of very big examples of specific things that do make you situationally weaker at higher levels. This improved Divine Smite feature, this isn't an interaction with Divine Smite at all. This is just an extra d8 of radiant damage that you do on your melee attacks that you cannot turn off, you cannot opt out of, it is always there. So, if you go up and smack someone with Radiant Retort, or someone with Fleeting Protection, or Raphael, you are incurring the penalty. If you want to melee attack them, you are incurring the penalty. You cannot avoid it. But if you didn't take your 11th level of Paladin, that would never be an issue for you. Good example of a situational, just this makes you weaker thing. At level 7, the Oathbreaker subclass gets Aura of Hate. And let's read this. You and any nearby fiends and undead gain additional damage to melee weapon attacks equal to your charisma modifier. Any. Including enemies. Including enemies. So, if you are standing next to any fiend or undead that uses weapons, uses melee weapons, you are making them stronger. That is Ketheric. That is Merkel. That is Death Shepherds. That is Yurgir. That is all of the Cambions and Marigans in the House of Hope. That is, you know, the Marigans near Yurgir as well. That is all of the Death Knights. That's Cazador if he's gonna swing his melee weapon, which isn't a big deal, but yeah, technically yes. That is the Murder Tribunal, minus Saravok. That is Mystic Carrion. You are making them all do more damage. And you are getting a relatively minor damage bonus out of that. And you could have gotten more damage by assigning those levels elsewhere. Because if you are going to go to higher levels of Paladin, there's really not much of a reason to go beyond 5. Because 5 is where you get that extra attack, right? Maybe you're after specific spells from a specific oath, like Oath of the Crown gets Spirit Guardians level 9, but if you want Spirit Guardians, and you want extra attack, there is nothing stopping you from playing a College of Swords Bard, going to level 10, picking Spirit Guardians with magical secrets, and you are better in every way. And if you still wanted to do Divine Smite stuff, you could take the 2 Paladin levels at the end there. Do the same build, but better. That's why 10-2 Bard is very popular. You get to do everything a Paladin does, but without the weaknesses. Now, 12 Bard is stronger, because those 2 Paladin levels are still making your Bard weaker, because opportunity cost. What you are missing out on there is you're missing out on getting your 6th level Bard spell list pick, which, not a super big deal, but it can matter. You are missing out on a feat. And you have to keep in mind that Divine Smite, you cannot use, like, hardcast off the bar in the same action you can do something like Booming Blade. You're forced to use Divine Smite as a reaction, and Divine Smite is mechanically different when used as a 4th level spell. It's mechanically different when you use it hardcast or as a reaction. There's some other things that work like this in lower difficulties, but I'm talking about specifically and explicitly honor mode here. Divine Smite is good in the specific instances of either you were using weak versions with your more expendable spell slots to apply extra on-hit instances, which means applying more stacks of things like Purple Worm Toxin, more application chances for things like Oil Diminution, maybe you are sniping kills that you just barely missed, picking them up with Call the Weak, ensuring you pick up Elixir of Bloodlust. Maybe you did an AoE ability and you're dumping spell slots to do a little bit extra to everyone in the Cleave's AoE. Those kinds of things are good uses of Divine Smite when used as a reaction. The real star of the show, though, is when you use 4th level Divine Smite off of the bar, like as your attacking action. You didn't do regular attack and react, you click Divine Smite. 4th level Smite is different because the Smite damage is viewed by the game as an extra instance of damage. So, it's like you hit someone twice instead of once, and mechanically that means you could apply a bunch more effects to it, do a bunch more damage, a bunch more interactions, and then on top of that, if the target is a fiend or undead, the bonus damage, the bonus d8 that Divine Smite gets, is itself another distinct instance. So doing that hardcast 4th level Smite against, let's say, Answer, that Smite is hitting them 3 times. So that's a very good use of Smite. And this is another reason why people tend to multi-class their Paladin into other classes, because Paladins don't get 4th level spell slots innately. You are going to have to use an Elixir if you pure class Paladin, because you never get to 4th level spell progression. Whereas if you take levels in other casters that get more progression, you can get there. So, another example of pure class Paladin limiting your power. So that's this class, right? But let's look at some other high-level classes. We talked about Paladin, we talked about Bard. Let's go to one of my favorite examples. Fighter. Level 11, improved extra attack. I don't think I have to explain why that's good, right? We can all understand why getting an additional attack per you know, that's just good, and there's no real reason to avoid it. But on top of that, fighter almost always multi-class just for action surge. It depends on how you look at it, because I guess I do have to explain this. So, are you multi-classing into a fighter, or are you multi-classing from your fighter? Because if you were doing a fighter build, multi-classing before you get improved extra attack is just making you weaker. In almost every instance, you are just losing power. But if you are multi-classing into fighter from somewhere else, okay, action surge is nice, but remember, this is 2 levels. Opportunity cost. If you are missing out on a high-level feature because of it, you didn't get stronger. You just got something that you might like using, and that might be the correct choice for you, but that didn't necessarily make you stronger. And again, fighter is not a caster at all. Even if you go 3 levels for Eldritch Knight, which does have caster progression, you are a 1/3 caster, not a half caster. So if you wanted to have access to 6-level spellcasting, you can't have it, because you have to have 11 levels of spellcaster progression to get 6-level spell slots in this game. Meaning, you either have to have those 11 levels be some combination of wizard, bard, sorcerer, cleric, druid, or you have 10 levels of those, and then 2 levels of some combination of paladin and ranger. Otherwise, you just miss out. Another good thing about fighter is you get an extra feat at level 6. Rogues also get an extra feat, but theirs is at level 10. So, fighters multi-classing at level 11, they still have as many feats as any pure class, because they got their extra one already. And rogues can also multi-class at level 11 for the same reason, because they get their extra feat at 10. So, that's a good example of when you get a lot of value out of that one multi-class level, that one level dip into something else. Like Hexblade's a popular 1-level dip for fighter. So, that's an example of, yeah, multi-classing can make you stronger. You're still missing out on a feat, so it's not necessarily stronger, especially if you went into something that gains you less than that feat would have. But it's an example of when pure class is very, very good. Stomach, relax. Rants about Eldritch Knight? I'm mid to other conversations, so we'll loop back around to that. Like to RP in my playthrough, that's why I took 2 monks, never played monk before in BG, but I want to play it smart. Just go for RP, get wrecked pretty fast, why I've asked about such multi-class. Okay, well, yeah. I'm happy to delve into that. Let's talk about monk, in terms of monk power, multi-class, pure class features. So, there's a lot of features. Monk gets something at every level, which is quite comfy. But let's look at the low-level ones first, up to where a lot of people tend to stop with their builds. Level 5 is where you get extra attack, you get Stunning Strike. Level 6 is subclass feature. For Open Hand in particular, that's where you get your manifestations. So let's scroll down there. It's where you get bonus necrotic, or psychic, or radiant. It's also where you get wholeness of body, which is your key point regen, it's a heal, and it's a temporary additional bonus action. So level 6 is a very big level, and people quite often go there on their monk setups, because it's valuable on all of the subclasses. Least so 4 elements, but we'll get back around to that. Hey, actual Dave. But let's see what you get beyond that. The very next level, evasion. Evasion is one of the most impactful defensive features in the entire game. Evasion is so good that getting evasion at home is still often the most impactful defensive choice you can make on a build. Evasion at home would be taking the Shield Master feat, or transforming yourself into a Displacer Beast, are examples of that. But evasion makes it so against, and it's kind of misleading in how it presents itself. It's things that are usually dex saves, but it's really anything that has a specific tag that tends to be associated with explosions in the game. So there are some things that are not dex saves that evasion still works on. There's some things that are dex saves that evasion doesn't work on, but we'll simplify it to the listed description for the purpose of this conversation. When a spell or effect would deal half damage on a successful dex saving throw, it deals no damage if you succeed, and only half if you fail. Some examples of things like this. Fireball. Now, Fireball is inefficient and not very powerful from a player optimization perspective, but let's say an enemy was doing it. If you have evasion, you succeed the save, you took no damage from that Fireball. If you have evasion, you failed the save, you still took half. If you had fire resistance and evasion, you took a quarter, even if you failed the saving throw. Insanely powerful defensive feature. You don't need to expend a resource. This is just a thing that you have. And again, it even works when you fail. It's cutting anything that it looks at in half when you fail the saves, much less when you succeed. Incredibly powerful defensive feature, and only monks and rogues get this in terms of what players have access to. They each get it at level 7. So, incredible. And again, this is one level after where most people stop their monk progression. So you have to keep in mind, okay, what do I want out of these levels? If I am at any point worried about my defenses against things that fall to this category where they would have been blocked by evasion, was it worth avoiding this feature? The answer is sometimes yes, the answer is sometimes no. Stillness of Mind is situationally beneficial, situationally detrimental, but it is an emergency option to break out of fearful effects. And fearful, particularly if you are a solo runner like myself, is one of the most dangerous things that can happen to you, because it's denial of control. You don't get to take your turn. The AI takes your turn, and it just has your character run away. And when you don't get to take your turn, that loss of tempo can make fights snowball to a point where often you'll be able to tell that your run is going to die if you took a fearful turn. Even if it takes 3, 4, 5, 6 turns after that, you'll be able to go, yeah, that's when I died. Orin is a great example of that. If she sticks her fearful to you, if you didn't take other precautions, then often that's it, because things can snowball. She can start getting summons to dogpile you with her. She can start hitting you with opportunity attacks along with them. She can apply bleed to you, she can apply contagion to you, she can apply flesh rot to you to make you vulnerable to everything, and then she can keep reapplying that fearful. So if you can't break out, you're just stuck in a loop watching your character, even if they're somewhat tanky, just running around getting hit until you die. So this is a potential countermeasure to that. It's something that happens automatically. If you start your turn while charmed or frightened, you'll automatically burn your action, and then you'll be fine again. So, can be helpful. Sometimes it's detrimental. If you're fighting Merkel and you get frightened, and you would have rather just punch him while afraid anyway, the game says, no, you don't get your action. So, it's another of those things you have to decide if that's relevant to your setup. Level 8, extra feat, like with every class, you do get more key points. Works on Fearful. Yep. Level 9, you get Martial Arts Deft Strikes upgrade. So your Martial Arts die goes up from a d6 to a d8. And again, that is not just your punches. It's a big deal that it's on your punches. But it's not just your punches. It's also any monk weapons that you are proficient with. So that is daggers, short swords. If you're proficient, hand crossbows. You can make a lot of weapon monk builds stronger by going to monk level 9. You can make your unarmed damage stronger by going to monk level 9. A really big thing is it works on daggers. So monks throwing daggers, if they're level 9, they just do more damage than like everyone who isn't a giant barbarian. They just simply hit harder, passively. They're just better at it. And that's quite impactful, because there's also even monk-specific gear that supports throwing. Like Garb of the Land and Sky works the way Minthara's soul branding ability does, where it doesn't get consumed when you throw. So a monk thrower build really wants this level 9. But also, again, if you are optimizing the damage of your punches, you really want level 9. Distracted by the Milkbone ad. Yeah, sorry, I don't have a better ad block. Level 9 for subclasses. I feared Orin before she could fear me. That's a good counter. Open Hand gets these key resonation abilities, which are super good, because a weakness of Monk is that it doesn't really have many innate features that allow you to AoE. But these let you do it, and they're extremely key point efficient, and they also let you land punches, unarmed strikes, without spending key, with weapons equipped, meaning you can hold stat 6, things like Rhapsody, that increase all of your damage, and your accuracy, and your spell save DC. It's really good. 4 elements, you get improved functionality on your abilities, like Clench of the North Wind becomes able to target 2 creatures, or the same creature twice, improving your chance of landing it. You get an extra ray on the Scorching Ray equivalent, so on and so forth. Drunken Master, I'll just stop bearing the lead on this one. Drunken Master, a little less desirable. Sobering Realization is just fine, but often this one is not worth going up to level 9. This one, pure class, I'm a little less sold on. But in particular, Monk as a whole has a lot of flexibility in whether you want a pure class or not. And you'll notice Way of the Shadow gets nothing at this level. That doesn't mean you shouldn't consider taking this level, because again, martial arts, and then there's stuff later. Purity of Body, Monk at level 10, you just straight up get poison immunity. A full damage immunity. And it's not just immunity to poison damage, it's immunity to being poisoned. So any effects that work as if they were applying a poison or a disease, they just don't work on you anymore. So, Orin applying Flesh Rot to you, doesn't happen. She can't do it. Anyone applying any version of Contagion to you, can't happen. No poison effect can work on you. Mystic Carrion's Exploding Cloud Kill can't work on you. His Curse that works as a disease can't work on you. It did. Just, you pick up a lot of good immunities just from this feature. And more movement speed if you're playing unarmored, which often I'm playing armored, so that one's not even relevant to me, but I end up taking this level anyway. Then level 11, another subclass feature. This is where Shadow gets their ability that makes them the hardest hitting monk subclass. It is not Open Hand. I'm going to repeat that. Open Hand is not the leader of peak theoretical damage output, at least in single target, of monk subclasses. It is not Open Hand. It's Shadow. Because of its level 11 feature that is incredibly fucking awkward to use, but Shadow still does more damage. And that is more or less a pure class, as you only have 1 level left after that. The same deal as Fighter. If you are playing Shadow and you care about your damage, you are limiting your damage by multi-classing. Except for 1 level. To be honest, Monk is just busted in general. Yes. I'll say it, I think 9 Open Hand, 3 Thieves very overrated. It is. But it's comfortable. I think that's why it gets its valuation. Hey Baneblade, how are you? So, a lot of words here, but this is all a roundabout way of saying whether or not you multi-class depends on what features you... Stomach, relax. Want. What features you want. If you want to do Way of the Shadow and you are focused on doing big number, don't multi-class. On 9 Giant, 3 Monk we're throwing, the 3 Monk does nothing for you. It did fix the bug where Shadow Monk could hit twice based on your body type. It has nothing to do with your body type. Shadow Strike is a DRS. It just hits twice already. Now, maybe there was a bug at some point that I was unaware of that caused Shadow Strike to hit 4 times, is what you're saying? But, no, Shadow Strike still hits twice. 9 Giant 3 Thief would be better. That's the thing. Why go 9 Giant 3 Thief when you could just go more Giant? So this is a great example. Let's scroll down. So, Barbarian. Subclass feature over here at level 10. Alright, let's see what we get. Rolling. Giant. Mighty Impel. That's a throw on your bonus action. Now, if you're going Thief instead of going pure class here, what are you gaining? You get an extra bonus action. What can you do with that bonus action? Alright, let's see. For a throw build, you're going to use 1 bonus action to Rage. What do you do with the other one? You don't have Mighty Impel with the Thief Dip, so you're not going to throw. Okay, let's look at pure class Giant Barbarian. First bonus action, Rage. Second bonus action, throw something. Kick? Yes, but this is a throw build. If you're talking throwing damage, You cannot throw with the Thief there. You can throw with the Giant Barbarian. That's why I prefer Berserker Barb for throw builds. Berserker is just strictly worse. So, like, you can enjoy it, but Berserker is actively the weakest Barbarian subclass, and it's not remotely close. Because you don't get value. First turn, you rage. You use none of your subclass features because they're on bonus action. Same issue as this multiclass I'm talking about. Whereas pure class Giant Barb, you can start throwing already. Because Helmet of Grit is an Act 3 when you have this level. And yeah, the Thief build can also wear Helmet of Grit, but again, they don't have the capability to throw with that bonus action. They can't do it. They don't have anything that can do that. Giant Barb's throwing is better than Berserker due to Elemental Addition. You're half right. It's also better because they just do more damage. Again, Berserker doesn't get extra damage on their throws. It's not a feature that they have. Giant Barbarian literally just gets a stronger rage bonus on throwing. They simply do more damage, even without Elemental Cleaver. They do more damage. And they don't impose an accuracy penalty on themselves every time they use their subclass feature. Also, Berserker has one thing outside of their rage, so if they're not raging, they have one feature that is very awkward, not very good. Giant Barbarian has their kick, their extra carry weight, their thaumaturgy the entire time. Adding Colossus Elixir stack the damage bonuses for a Giant? Yes. You can do that. Found it, fixed an animation bug causing Wave Shadow amongst people to apply the damage roll of Shadow Strike twice. Oh, that's interesting. Do you know what patch that was fixed in, by any chance? First I hear of this, so. I know for a fact current patch. That was patch 8? Okay, well, in patch 8, Shadow Strike is still a DRS. Damage Rider is damage source. Trade, do you have your clip of that handy? I should really have that saved. Always multi-class with a purpose. Know what it is you're giving up from one class in exchange for what you're getting from the other. Compare their use or value, how well they synergize with existing or upcoming abilities. Yes. And also, like, be aware that high-level class features are good. It's easy to dismiss them because you have decided going in that it is more worth to multi-class, but that is your bias overriding reason. High-level class features are strong. Let's look at more high-level class features. I'm really going to beat this dead horse. Level 11 for Clerics. Let's look at the level 11 spell list. Oh. Create Undead, Planar Ally, Hero's Feast are all absolutely incredible. Oh, thank you for the clip. That's Shadow Strike. And only 2 classes have access to Hero's Feast in this game. Clerics and Druids. They both get it at level 11. Let's look at what Hero's Feast does. It's an extra 12 HP, advantage on Wisdom saving throws, immunity to poison, disease, and fear effects. If it's not clear, this is probably the most impactful buff you can get in the entire game outside of movement speed. But this is available to 2 classes, and only if you take them to level 11. Let's look at the scaling of some low-level features as you take more levels in the class. Symbiotic Entity. Gain 4 temporary hit points per Druid level. Per Druid level. Per Druid level. So, if you pure class Circle of Spores Druid, it's the biggest temp HP source available to players in the entire game. And Symbiotic Entity is unique because you can also refill its temp HP with other temp HP sources to maintain your benefits. Another reason to pure class. Sphere immunity from Hero's Feast apply to Orin Sphere? Yes. Hero's Feast can be camp casted though, unless you're restricting yourself for challenges, so you could have a pure druid that stays at camp to cast Hero's Feast. Yes, you could. And waive some of that stuff by using things that could be considered exploits, cheese, however you want to view it. Yes, you absolutely could. But here's the thing with that. You are still devoting a character 11 of their 12 levels to that feature. This doesn't undermine my point at all, where you still need to spend 11 of someone's levels because that spell is a high-level feature. That's the only way you get to it. There's plenty of camp cast bots that you can set up that multi-class to get a bunch of different things. And as Trade is saying in the chat there, if you are camp casting for it, it's impactful. You going out of your way to set up a camp caster to outsource the burden of learning it yourself, having it yourself, to a camp character does not mean that it's not impactful. It means that you took extra steps to make sure you still had it. Heroes Feast stack with aid? Yes, it does. I don't play solo, I've always gone pure class. Started that way before I knew the mechanics. I mean, the game doesn't allow you to multi-class on its lowest difficulty, probably so people can learn the class features before they start mixing and matching. Make good nature melee cleric? Yes, you can. Level 8 just for Divine Strike. Yeah, Divine Strike is good. Multi-class into fighter, I don't know, ranger for 1 attack per battle. You don't get an extra attack out of that, though. Unless you go for a class feature, a subclass feature of fighter or ranger, but like you seem to be under the impression that you get extra attack with 4 levels and you don't. Divine Strike and extra attack are mutually exclusive features in the game. But that doesn't have to matter because there are other features. What we get from Nature Cleric and melee except Divine Strike in level 8, all of the other features that the subclass has. So, this is another case of tunnel vision. Let's look at Nature Cleric. I know, I mean Gloomstalker. Why would you play Gloomstalker when Hunter's right there and is better in every possible way? We'll deal with that in a moment, but let's look at Nature Domain. Okay, what do you get? First level, heavy armor proficiency. Think Gloomstalker is more for cheese? No, Gloomstalker is weaker than Hunter. Again, I started this conversation by talking about how I hate saying best. I hate using contextless assertions of the value of things, but like, I cannot be more explicit. Gloomstalker is weaker than Hunter. Gloomstalker is training wheels. It gives you access to a bunch of features that if you don't have much game knowledge over in terms of where you can get certain things for your build, it sounds really good. Like you get initiative, you get bonus action hide, you get disguise self, you get superior dark vision, you get an additional shot on the first round of combat. And those are things that sound good, but Hunter gives you more action economy, more damage. You can pick up dark vision elsewhere, you can pick up initiative elsewhere. You can pick up the ability to conceal yourself on your bonus action, or with no action at all, elsewhere. It sounds good, though. And it is good. That's the thing, Gandalf Lundgren. It is good. Hunter's better, but it is good. Because all Rangers are good. Honestly, just like the aesthetic of Gloomstalker more than anything. Yeah, it's a good vibes class. It's what I got into challenge running with. It's very good for entry stuff. Was best Hunter type? Best at what? Same thing. What are you trying to do with it? I know we're in an ad break right now, so I'm going to drag my feet for another minute because I don't know who can and can't hear me. Apologies. Anyone who plays at least 3 levels of Hunter and still says Gloom is better, I don't know, man. I mean, they don't. Those people don't exist. Just people don't play Hunter. Shillelagh's nice for melee with Nature Cleric. It can be, but like, scale off your strength. toying with swords, hexblade build in my current game because apparently I'm incredibly vanilla. Nothing wrong with that. The classics. Just comparing Hordebreaker versus Colossus Slayer, I feel like I get more value out of Hordebreaker. It's more frequent that Hordebreaker is more valuable, yes. Giant Killer is also valuable. Don't count that one out. But the thing about Colossus Slayer is it goes on all sorts of interesting things. Like, for example, did you know Colossus Slayer goes on Tenacity? So if you swing your weapon, you miss, you use your Tenacity reaction, Colossus Slayer will go on that. Colossus Slayer also will apply to every attack you do from out of combat. So, welcome back from the ad break. So the earlier comment about Gloomstalker being better for, like, cheese, and I'm assuming this is just the setup where you shoot at people with a bow from outside of combat, that kind of gameplay loop. Yeah, Hunter's better at that because Colossus Slayer will go on every single attack you do from out of combat. Because it never goes on cooldown unless you're in combat. So it's just better. But Hordebreaker for AoE is extremely good, and it's got some favorable specific item interactions that make it very good. Don't see how Nature Cleric helps you be better in melee except for Divine Strike at level 8. So again, Proudmere, you have not read the features. Heavy Armor Proficiency at level 1. Yes, I know you are specifically downplaying that to attempt to make a point that doesn't make sense, but we'll keep scrolling down. Level 6. Go ahead and read this feature. Dampen Elements. When you or an ally gets hit with acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage, you could use a reaction to halve the attack's damage. Whether you're in melee, whether you're ranged, whether you're mid-range, backliner, whatever your role is, taking half damage at the cost of only a reaction with no cooldown, no other cost, being able to use it on yourself or on others is extremely fucking good. That's something you get on the way to Divine Strike, so you are reinforcing my assertion that you didn't read the class features, because that's right there. It's right on the way. It's 2 levels before. And yes, Divine Strike is great. We know Divine Strike is great. Let's look at other things that clerics get that, again, you're downplaying. I mentioned Hero's Feast before. Hero's Feast requires 11 levels. That's more HP. That's immunity to disease. That's immunity to poison. That's immunity to fear effects. That's something that's good on every character, whether you're meleeing or not. But if you're meleeing, being tankier is good. Yes? Yes, we can all agree being tankier in melee, if you are remaining in melee range and people are able to attack you, is probably safer. Not bad, right? But it takes a reaction. What else are you doing with your reaction? Do you have another way to take half damage with your reaction? Like, I need you to be aware of the exact thing that you're doing here. Every single time a feature that you haven't thought about has come up, you've come up with a way to downplay it. The goalposts have moved. Literally every single time. Now, this is me attacking you. This is pointing out. This is why you aren't seeing value in high-level class features, because you don't want to. You don't seem aware that you don't want to. Maybe I want to attack with my reaction if NPC goes around me. And yeah, you can still do that. You can choose situationally which one is more valuable. Having an additional tool in your kit is pretty good. Because I can tell you, you're not Divine Striking in every attack because you literally can't. So, you're not always using Divine Strike, but you acknowledge that one is valuable. Why is that? Hey, Kevin, you're a good boy. What are your thoughts on 2 Stars Druid and 10 Light or Tempest Cleric? Pretty good. You're giving up Hero's Feast, again, but you're maintaining your 6th level spell progression and you're getting something else out of it. I'm a big fan of Dragon form from Stars Druid just for protecting concentration. Unbreakable concentration is extremely valuable, and you get good action economy. In Dragon and in Archer form, you get good damage on your bonus action. So, yeah, I like it. I had a Death Cleric Spores Druid using Shillelagh immediately because my best hitter just 2-2. Yeah, that's a comfy early game setup. popular. Shillelagh torches with symbiotic entity. Good damage floor pretty early in the game. I try my best to see it because I've thought about Nature Cleric a lot. When I max this build, 1 elemental 1. Yeah, Nature Cleric is good. Just think about what you're getting at each level and how it fits into what you're doing. You can make arguments for or against multiclassing, but there are high-level features that are worth pure classing for. I could go into more of this, but let's like actually finish the Gortash fight because we've been here for a bit. And by finish, I mean start, because we ain't done shit. So I want to burn through his legendary resistances here. I also want to kill the Bay Knights. I want to stay on protection from evil and good. Yeah, this is funny. I was hoping it would bounce off of me back to them and overcome the Reflective Guard. It didn't, but it still killed that, so... Oh, it actually did still kill that one. Cool. Reapply that. Is that hope I see? Yeah. He's chilling. Little 1 on that. I've been a cleric for a long time. That's one of my favorite classes to play. Cleric's so good. Thanks for explanation. Of course. I love to yap. You displace a bad review. Yeah, I'll make sure to. I don't really love that you're here. The audio's a little weird right now because I have sound effects off because they're very annoying in this fight. Apologies. Out of smoke powder arrows. This is all kind of fight prep. I'm just ignoring Gortash while I get ready for actual stuff. Projectile deflected. Reflective guards are funny. Classes am I running? This is Necromancy Wizard, Valor Bard. My summons are waiting over here. This is fight prep. We destroyed the resistance shell that actually buffs him and left the one that debuffs him, so every turn this is just gonna make his resist shit. Now I want the incineration casters and the grenade impellers gone. Eldritch Blast would be good for this. Don't have that. One more smoke powder arrow. My stats? 20 strength, 16 dex, 12 con, 8 int, 8 wisdom, 16 charisma. Probably turn the audio back on now. There we go. Alright, next task is I want to burn through his legendary resist. Without weakening him too much. I have hold person scrolls, right? That's one. Switch to acuity here. Another one. One more. Okay, no more legendary rest. So now I need more spell save DC gear on. Or do I have enough? Yeah, I could use more. How do I go about that? Feywild Sparks? I don't need crit immunity right now. I don't have Hood of the Weave, though. I guess that's a Fistbreaker Helm. Though, let's see. My int going from 8 to 17 is a net swing of 4, so that's more for my DC right now. It's plus 2. Oh yeah, right. That's how that works.
Into the shadows.
Equipping more DC gear. See, your int is 8, yet you're running Necro Wizard. It's just for the summons. What did I need my int for? What would my int affect negatively, it being at 8? Just any example. Spellcasting? Which spells? Scroll use? Yeah, but which spells? Snow Discord hashes fit. Thought scrolls go off my end. Yeah, but which ones? Any type of evocation spells, I guess? Sure.
Eager for battle.
But let's look at some of those. Sunbeam. This does enough damage, and it's on a con save. Do I care if they fail? Not usually. I'm not using this for the blind, really. I'm using it because it's just a big fuck you damage ray through a huge area. Even in an unfavorable outcome where they succeed a save. Meh. But also, let's look at my spell save DC. It's 26 right now. Now, sure, that's with the warped headband on, so assume I took that off. That'd be -4. 22. Things would still have to roll a 22 to succeed saves. So, what do I need the int for? If I really care, I can always just wear spell save DC gear. How's my spell save DC so high? I have a Battle Mage Elixir for 3 stacks of Arcane Acuity. I have 1 from my cloak slot, 1 from my glove slot, 3 from my main hand weapon, 2 from my amulet, 1 from my ring. Act 3 spell, they save DC gear, goes crazy. Wish they had a little more early game. Yeah, only 2 pieces in Act 1, none in the Mountain Pass. But you at least can start going crazy with them as soon as you have access to Act 2. Fortunately, I think I am a little low on poisons right now.
Action, not reaction.
By little, I mean extremely. It's okay.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
So he's transforming now. Interesting that you still do that. Give him vulnerability to everything. Remove my curse. He's saved. It's okay.
Swift and lethal.
Let Leon provoke this then. That'll give me room. Actually, you know, I'm kind of down. Have one more. I stay here.
I will ascend.
Any damage from that Serpent Fang. Ascension not working? Yeah, they broke it with the last Shield from Perilous Stakes. Let's put you there. Let's keep Hope safe. No poison. Dumb question, how's Hope still with you? Raphael's still alive. There's a mechanic called dolly porting. Basically, if you use the Filigreed Feywild Bell to talk to Dolly thrice, you give her the wrong password, she will polymorph you into an animal, and yeah, not a dumb question at all. She'll polymorph you to an animal for 1 turn. While you're in this state, you can fast travel even from places you normally can't. So I fast traveled out of the House of Hope, and Hope came with me. So she's just running around with me. That's a good hit. Non-crit, by the way. Owie. Owie. He didn't even have a chance to have the poisons tick, man. He doesn't have enough HP. 90%? How much do I have? Let's see. Spell save DC was 27 there. Steal some of these tricks and tips from my honor run, please do. At least in my view, and there's a couple other challenge run oriented players here in the chat who have echoed this. The kindest thing you can say to a challenge runner is that you picked up something, or that you want to incorporate some of their strats. So please do, feel free. It's crazy. You're like able to play Martial or Caster, almost do anything. Yeah. Valor Bard has extra attack, good gear proficiencies, and full spell casting. So I'm able to do whatever spellcasting stuff I want, especially because Wizard allows me to have a much wider variety of spells I can use, and I can also just go hit people.
There it is. So innocent, but such potential. You have done very well indeed.
Wouldn't be nearly as deep in challenge runs as I am now if I didn't steal so many strats. Same.
Permeating you, pulling you in line with
Taught me so much that I've started incorporating. Thank you. Hey, thank you for being here, Volcanic Ashes. I appreciate you.
A location.
Which I watched this series from the beginning. I play almost exclusively solo water, so yeah, we might even start a new run today if I move quickly enough. Only been live for 3.5 hours. We could go beat the game in the next 20 minutes.
You are right. Finish.
The only time I'm not playing solo honor is when I'm doing duos with friends. Fridays I duo with Danny. Sometimes I have other runs going on too.
Repositioning.
From time to time we do 4-player.
Open up.
Another question. Wizard prepared spells are based on int, right? Yes. But here's the thing with prepared spells. Necromancy School, you get always prepared, animate, dead. So you don't need a slot for that. And then, let's look at the ones that I have slotted. Shield doesn't care about my int at all. Protection from Evil and Good doesn't care at all. Mage Armor doesn't care at all. Shadowblade doesn't care at all. Hold Monster cares, but that's what my DC gear is for. Summon spells in general don't care. Artistry of War doesn't care. Unless you're playing Evocation. Now, if you're doing Evocation School with, Empowered Evocation's a really good damage bonus, so that's when you would have good int, but I'm not doing that. I got Shadowblade. That's just a spell Wizard can have. Learned it on level up. Wizard, Sorcerer, and Warlock can choose it on level up. Haven't bought the big stupid dragon yet. I do still have all of my summons intact. We could do that. I do really wish I had protection from Evil and Good, though. Staff of Cherished Necromancy is something I would also like to have if I'm gonna eye-bite the big stupid dragon, but probably not. Ooh, maybe this is where I do the firebomb thing. Bit awkward, but I do think, yeah. Yeah.
Consider me intrigued.
Alright, let me cook. We're gonna go to Jurassic Park. I don't think we're gonna do Horny. We'll save that for another run. Time for Horny? No, I'm feeling lazy. I think we'll save that. Why do you keep casting Dominate Person on Gort? The idea was for him to fail the saving throw to break out of the domination, so that I could then pass another turn and have the poison tick without him acting against me. It only worked out that way once, but that was the idea. Here.
Approach! Ugly one! Yeah, bit spin!
Do I care about the other items? I like Reverse Rain Cloak a lot, but is that relevant to this run? No.
Into the shadows. Mastery in all things.
The spongy... You thief! You ain't...
Sorry for repeating, was that 90% with Legendary Resistance? No, I depleted his Legendary Resistance ahead of time. I threw Hold Person Scrolls at him until he was out of them.
Not one false move.
You thief! One game I ran 9 Tempest, 1 Wizard, 2 Stars Druid, a support build for end game, so I could ward bond my party, buff them with Longstrider, also had Dance Macabre, Aid, etc. In case Wizard Scribe to get Elementals too, also went full with it, seemed really strong for the end game. Yeah, so that setup you outlined is a great example of something that you do gain value from multi-classing. Like Longstrider. That's one of the few buff type things clerics just can't do. So that's a good justification for multi-class. Also, Wizard multi-class as well, because your scribing cares about your progression for your spellcasting, not your Wizard level. So Wizard is an example of a class that I am a huge proponent of multi-classing. And the combined spellcasting progression there still gave you your 6th level spells. Stars Druid for protected concentration, giving you the ability to do things like maintain haste on people with no downside, if that's something you wanted to do. It all makes sense to me.
I will ascend.
Way to move you a little bit. It's fine. As long as I don't lose any skellies here. It'd be annoying to replace them. Should have had them hide for that reason, but... Order of operations. I should be over here.
Victory awaits.
Also, my summons are all on vigilance. And that could have been Colossus for damage. Hope is okay. Yeah, she's fine. She's just hanging out at the circus. No horny.
Eager for battle. An efficient path.
Aside from loss of control effects like Frighten, what other situations say, you can very rapidly spiral out of control and doom a run that newer challenge runners may not be aware of, just how bad they are. Being crit. So, like, I took off my crit immunity to maintain high spell save DC on Gortash, and I got crit almost immediately. The only reason that was okay is because even a crit for 21 damage, not a huge percentage of my HP, so taking one of those, fine. But running around with without crit immunity against a group of enemies, it's unlikely for multiple of them to crit you without things like them rolling with advantage or having features that reduce their critical hit threshold, of which there are both of many, like, many of both of those in the game. But imagine I had done that without having dealt with those Bay Knights first, and 4 of them decided to attack me. A lot of Bay Knights in the Act have extra attack or improved extra attack. So if I had taken, let's say... Hang on, sneeze. Excuse me. If I had taken, let's say, a second crit, that could have been me down at half HP. Still manageable, but what happens when I then start taking other damage? Like regular damage that I would have taken even if I had the crit immunity on top of that. That's when things can start to get dangerous. So, crit immunity is not a priority because one big crit can be a run ender. It's true that that's possible. Excuse me again. But it's more that, you have complete certainty of the amount of damage you can take when you are immune to crits massively spiking that value. And having that crit immunity allows you to play in a way where, I want to make doubly sure I grab that. You play in a way where you can use your health bar as a resource to be spent, rather than something to be guarded, if that makes sense. Ooze and Grimforge one-shot me with a crit before. Oh yeah, Ooze enemies do so much damage. Yeah, that's a good example. It's a very good example. Probably like 2 more. Apologies.
Another stride toward fate.
Alright, well, one more before I get banned from the platform. I skipped until later. Yeah, I just go in a way where they'd never get to attack me because scary. Sneezer. That's me.
Best to make.
Hey, Adenor. Hey, Adenor. I'm terrible with names. Hello. Please correct me. Hope you're well. Alright. So we did that for this. I'm terrible with names. I'm Snowspawn. Boo. Boo. It's a bit of a showcase here. Hope you definitely don't want to be there.
Action, not reaction. This you bow or you
Not a little
break.
better.
No time to wait.
Alright. So. Vengeful Americans in the House of Hope. Oh, it's doubled up those features. That's funny. That's amusing. I wonder if it actually has all of that. That could be really broken. But yeah, Flames of Avernus. This American's attacks make a target flame people. Affected entity is vulnerable to fire damage. The way Nyrolna's Thunder AoE when you throw it, this Zephyr Connection ability works, it is sourced from the creature that you hit with the throw. So if I hit the Merrigan, the thunder damage is considered as owned by the Merrigan. You can see the Merrigan killed Connor. You can see my Air Myrmidon got Flame Feeble. It got Fire Vulnerability. So, you can use these guys to apply Fire Vul to things with Nirona. I was thinking about doing that to answer.
Securing.
Thinking about it.
Without delay.
Hey, Raid. You defeated Raphael? Not yet. Team DC. I'd like more. I want to leave my summons elsewhere for this. I hope we're going on a trip. I was up outside of her domain, dolly boarding.
Assume nothing. Onward.
Mind giving your thoughts on the whole Parry After Wound Closure versus Amulet of Greater Health for an active warding bond and party? Sure. Parry After Wound Closure gives consistency on healing, but doesn't improve the performance of anything inherently, right? Like, theoretically, you could just roll good on healing. In practice, with large damage die, you won't, but that's where healing potions being good enough even on bad rolls comes in. Like, you min-roll a potion of supreme healing, it's still enough to be impactful. Whereas Amulet of Greater Health, it gives you, not only improves your concentration and certain saving throws, but it gives you a huge brick of HP to work with where you don't have to heal as often. If you're running around with a party, you know, to have one person wear each because they're both good items, but I think Amulet of Greater Health is often a better choice, unless for some reason a character already has over 16 Constitution, and then at that point they probably get more value to parry up.
This one time, we'll make an exception. As long as you stop sulking and start walking right now.
Warlock Halcyon can just spam Thunderwave. That's cool. Yeah, Halcyon always has Call Lightning and Thunderwave as long as he has enough spell casting to get them. So he needs the actual Druid levels for Call Lightning, correct? Maybe it'll greater health good then? Yes. It's not subject to the same sort of issues other stat setting items have, where you're giving up a slot that has impactful things. Like, Dex gloves are bad because you could just have that Dex even before you get access to those gloves, and then still continue to use your glove slot. But Amulet slot is kind of weak. You're looking at a bunch of very situational things. So being able to just use that slot to have 23 Constitution is good. For solo run, what do you think about Sorcerer 1, Death Cleric 11, 1 level for Sorcerer for con proficiency, Booming Blade, Shield spell? I think another good thing you get out of the one Sorcerer in that deal is you could choose to dump Wisdom and invest in Charisma instead. Because you could pick up Bone Chill with the Sorcerer level and do Charisma scaling Bone Chill, and that works out nicely because if you are doing that Bone Chill investment, you can wear Potent Robe, and get that charisma mod as if it as additional damage, and you won't need to have good wisdom and good charisma to make that work. You could just run one stat. In general, charisma is a better stat than wisdom, so easier to boost as well. Yeah, I think that's good. I have done that setup myself, though in Act 3 I think I had swapped out Sorcerer for Hexblade at that point. Same concept. I need to be far enough when my summons here. And you can dump the confidence somewhere else. You could. I don't always, but yeah, you could. Meet a Lightning. I should call her. Isn't Lightning a Final Fantasy character? What do you do for armor class damage reduction with the clothing chest setup? If I'm doing clothing, I don't really care about AC. Because I'm more likely playing a setup where things don't get to live long enough. But if I care about damage reduction, Bone Spike Garb. Xvic Yap, the Dragonborn vendor in Rivington, sells it. And it is, 2 damage reduction. Just like Magical Plate. Extremely good. What's cool about Halsin's spells? Do I have Stone Skin? Oh. No? Why don't I? Fine. This for now. Don't have that much in the way of heals, but that's okay. So I'm gonna start by getting rid of the Marigons here. Yeah. That'll be the starting point. I could do Hill Giant here. Not really necessary. Yeah, spell might make sense.
Indolence breeds madness.
Pope's gonna chill over here.
Assume nothing.
No, well, I wanted her to chill there. Guess I'll have her leave the fight once I'm in the combat. Still Battle Mage. Colossus would be better currently. Let's do that.
Lies within.
I answer. Answer. And now.
Alright, just that one. Charisma is better if you don't Wisdom. Your DC for cleric spells low except in endgame. Yeah, but which cleric spells are you casting? This is a very common thing. Like what? What cleric spells? And now we want to burn through the big stupid dragon's legendary resistance. I say, successfully streamlined Shield of Faith trick today. Also Aura and the entire Act 3 skip 2. Ooh, love to hear it. Didn't expect that to work. This is the Shield of Faith trick. So there's two different NPCs in Act 3, in the second map of Act 3, that cast Shield of Faith. There's various ways to convince them to do it on you, and then as long as you stay in the same map as them, you will keep the benefit. Belmorba can be traded with on first dialogues. You can bribe her and kidnap the sorcerer sentries next to Roland. Ah, do it in the same breath as Roland's mage armor. I like it. That is good. Alright, how do I get you to waste your legendary res? Without Cherished Necromancy, that's most likely just not happening. Especially with my DC this low. That's fine. We'll reset the combat. Spirit Guardians inflict wounds. So all it affects is accuracy for inflict wounds, not the damage at all. You can force a crit with sleep effects or paralysis effects. Additionally, Arcane Acuity also affects spell save DC and accuracy. So you can iron out that. And also with Spirit Guardians, who gives a shit if they succeed the save? They still lost movement, they still took damage. And it's still an AoE that you can deal damage with just by moving around. So who cares? But if you really do care, spell save DC increase in gear. My wizard DC right now is 12 because I'm not wearing any of my spell save DC increase in gear. But when I was fighting Gortash, it was 21. Actually, I got it up to 27 with everything, but like without having warped headband on, changing my int from 8 to 17, and then without having my elixir, I was still at 21. So like, why do you care? Wisdom's a bad stat. You don't need it. Even on wisdom casters. Int is a bad stat, and you don't need it even on int casters, except for Evocation Wizard. So I want to burn his legendary resists. I guess the way I do that is here, Let's do Rhapsody.
Undetected.
Don't Arcane Archer want a little int? You don't have to have that. You can, but you don't have to have that, and also you're not a caster, so. Like, Arcane Archers can use Arcane Acuity just like everybody else can. Or Pedband is there still. It's the exact same stuff. Get a permanent Shadow Blade. Just the Shadow Blade that I cast from the spell. Just works like that. How to deal with wisdom saves when you have Steep in Bliss? I don't care about them. What wisdom saves would threaten me? What wisdom saves should I care about when I have Steeped in Bliss? Can you name any? Already had 3. Try to build Rhapsody stacks? Yeah. There. There. That on. Well, that's 21 DC. Switch from Colossus back to Battle Mage. It's 24 DC. Book of the Weave, 25 DC. Could go 27 here. Not going to. There's a trick to get permanent Shadow Blade using Hireling shenanigans, can't remember how it goes. Yeah, you have them cast, this also works with Flame Blade, you have them cast the spell, then you fully dismiss them. Not send them to camp, it's just like the, hey, go back to the Fugue Plane thing. Then you rehire them and it's still in their inventory. Can you get upcast Shadow Blade on a rogue? Is that not possible? Arcane Trickster, yeah. You elixir upcast to level 3 or 4. Dominate person or command for Bay Knights came to mind when you're fighting Gortash. So I was still succeeding the saving throws there because you can get so many bonuses to your saving throws that like on a low roll right now without having saving throw boosting gear on, I'm getting +2 from Anointed and Splendor, +1 from Rapture, +1 from Sweetstone features, more than canceling out having bad wisdom. In fact, like, that's the impact of, let's say, instead of going 8 wisdom, I had gone 12, which would have been at the cost of my constitution, but let's say I had done that. Would have ended up at the same value there before the buffs. But I could also just equip gear to improve my saving throws. I could get another 2 from Wave Mother's Cloak, or 1 from Cloak of Protection. There's a bunch of things in this slot that give better saving throws. I could go get Robe of Supreme Defenses, and then it'll add my spellcasting modifier to my saving throws while I'm concentrating. So currently, it's Intelligence, so that'd be 3 from that. But Helm of Baldurin would have been 1, Ring of Protection. I could cancel out the disadvantage with Silver Sword of the Astral Plane, or Amulet of the Harpers, which, did I even buy this run? No, yeah, I did. There it is. It's just not a big deal. It's out walking the doggo and had an epiphany. If you're doing the Tenacity run next, you gotta name your character Tenacious T or Tenacious Q. I was thinking about that, Mick. Probably doing Tenacity next. We'll see how much I yap today. I've yapped for like 3 hours. But yeah, I'm leaning towards the Tenacity run. With a low wisdom, you just take a few spells. Not an issue. Yeah, not an issue. Pick your spells wisely. There's some spells that you don't need to keep prepared. For example, you see I have... ignore the skeletons, because I have Animate Dead always prepared through Necromancy. But even if I didn't, you can unprepare Animate Dead once you've got your summons out. You do the same thing with Air Myrmidon. My Minor Elemental died, but same deal there. Same deal with the Planar Ally summon. Like, once you have a summon out, you can just yoink that. Same with Enhance Ability. You can just yoink it. And remember, you get always prepared spells from your domain. So if you are a Death Cleric, you're getting always prepared False Life. You're getting always prepared Ray of Sickness. Later on, I think you get Contagion. Like, you get some good ones. Iconia Shield cancels it out already. Yeah, advantage on saving throws against spells. It's true. Gonna force miss in the Tenacity run to show how good Tenacity is. I don't know if I'm gonna go out of my way to miss, but maybe raid. I have an idea of what tech I'm gonna use, not how it all fits together. Spell save DC of 25 right now. How do you get your stats where they are? Use Patriarchs to get 16 Charisma? I did.
My energy wanes.
Aghair and Patriarchs. And then I took General's Memory for Strength. That's one legendary rest gone. The idea here is I want to deplete him down to no legendary rest. Going sub 16 strength just feels wrong. Yeah, I don't like it.
Unseen.
Once he's out, the plan is to... I'm going to give him Fire Vuln from American, and then I want to eye bite him again to force him to go to sleep. And then I want to have a summon bait out... No, then I want to have a summon bait out the reaction from him. Then I put him to sleep with eye bite, and then I hit him with the upcast Scorching Ray. I'm going to try to one-shot him with Scorching Ray. I don't have, like, all the pieces I want for that, but we're figuring that out. Alright, he's out of legendary rest. He's saturating. I could saturate. Saturation would be easier, huh? Yeah, we'll probably do that. Good thought. Alright. Let's go Carapace. Gonna disguise from Lae'zel to Lae'zel. This will be Crater Flesh Gloves territory. Keep the Sparks Wall, I guess. Did I just go Risky Ring here? Yeah, I do. My current Tactician run, Lae'zel is 12 Battlemaster, dump Strength for Dex and Con, Wisdom for Wisdom checks, just use Cloud Giant, feats I use for a Grey with Master Bowler, Master Sentinel, thinks Savage Attack, is that any good? So because Fighter is good, that'll work out fine. In terms of changes that I would personally make, you don't need the Wisdom, because think about every relevant Wisdom save in the game. You can make preparations to just be immune. Or to have your saving throws at such a high level, even without Wisdom, that it's not going to work. I'll go over examples of each. So, like, every fear effect in the game can be completely prevented with Protection from Evil and Good. It's a first level spell. It's available once per long rest from the necklace you can get in Ethel's Hideout in Act 1. Also, scrolls of it are extremely plentiful in Act 1 of the game, and you can get from scroll vendors later on with a little difficulty, but you can. So that spell covers every fear effect, all of them. None of them will work on you, without exception. All of them covered. So that's already most of the Wisdom saves. Hold Person is the other big one. If you wear the Ring of Free Action, or the Boots of Persistence, or use an Elixir of Guileful Movement on any class, you're fully immune to that too. So at that point, what Wisdom saves remain that you care about? Maybe Stunning Gaze from Ballists. Okay, that's a DC 16 most of the time. So you need to clear a 16. If you have Anointed in Splendor, that's +2. If you have Permanent Bless, you can go about any number of ways. That's minimum +1. Let's say you do Wave Mother's Cloak, that's +2 until you take damage. But let's assume you're maybe taking damage, so you do Cloak of Protection instead, so that's +1. Ring of Protection, did I mention that? I don't know, +1. Absolute's Warboard, +1. Maybe you're doing two-handed weapons, so that's not relevant. Okay, so omit that one. Armor Persistence gives you resistance, so that's minimum +1. Or you could wear Armor of Agility for flat +2. You could wear Flame Enameled Armor for flat +2. You could do Robe of Supreme Defenses for whatever your spellcasting modifier is while you're concentrating. That'd be immune to Raphael Charm Reaction. Knock him prone and don't let him do it. You can get advantage on Wisdom saving throws from either the Silver Sword or the Astral Plane while being a Githyanki, by using Amulet of the Harpers, by using Face Semblance Amulet. Any of those will do the job. And you can reduce the spell save DC of an enemy by applying Wizard's Bane Oil to them. That reduces their DC by 3, and they don't get a saving throw on that effect. It's you hit them, it sticks. So if you put all this stuff together, you reduce the DC of that Ballast with Stunning Gaze from 16 to 13, and then you have enough bonuses that even with your 8 Wisdom giving you a -1, you have, let's say, +10, you're extremely unlikely to be able to fail on that. And if you're doing things like that on the rare outliers that are not covered by freedom of movement and protection from evil and good, then, like, is there anything that you need that Wisdom for at that point? No. As for strength, being on Cloud Giant is good, but the thing to keep in mind is you're giving up your elixir slot. So that means you're never able to, if you need to have strength, you're never able to benefit from elixirs of bloodlust, situational valuable things like resistance elixirs, Like maybe earlier in the game against Githyanki, you want to throw on a Psychic Res. Maybe against things that can put you to sleep, you want to do Peerless Focus. Maybe you want the raw damage and advantage on strength from Colossus. Colossus plus having good strength naturally is more damage than Cloud Giant a lot of the time. So I prefer naturally having good strength. You can get yourself to, assuming you start at 16 strength, you could take the Irage Potion from having Astarion bite her. That gets you to 18. Using Harmonium Halberd gets you to 20 there. But let's say you don't want to use that weapon. Mighty Cloth, that gets you to 20. Let's say you don't want to do that. Mirror of Loss in Act 3 on strength, that would get you to 20. And 20 is a good benchmark because that's the point where you can throw around almost every medium-sized creature. And it's pretty good. But if you were using feats to increase your strength, let's say you want to do a Heavy Armor Master build, and I'm a big fan of that. Well, you could start at 17 strength, Heavy Armor Master to 18, Irage Potion to 20, and then later on, Mirror of Loss to 22. Run around at 22 strength, naturally. And then you could, on top of that, still have access to your elixir slot. What do you think about using Hill Giant Gauntlets instead of Cloud Giant Potion? Glove slot is extremely good. There's cases for going for the strength gloves, because they cap at a much higher point than, say, the club. But, like, glove slot's real good. That means no Helldust gloves, that means no Reviving Hands, that means no Crater Flesh gloves. It's a big ask. I'm usually not a fan. Sometimes I'll do it, but I'm usually not a fan.
Blackets will be done.
I could go us for this. No. I don't have another Vigilance Elixir. So I'll have to make do. Can you sell me on Autolus Resilient Sphere? It's like Globe, but you can move. And it's only a 4th level spell, so you have access to it for much more of the game. Oh, that's the problem. I'm going to throw Nirona like that. I know how I'll do it. Stupid fucking dragon hitboxes.
This medicat.
Wait. Fine. Try to get the dragon to move. Come on.
This is Catholics.
Taking position.
Answer is not fireball. Do I have... No, I don't. We still fireball for 3 turns. Gives me time.
Vis medicatrix.
I think I can still make it work. I just gotta optimize this. I'm trying to style on answer with something silly right now. And I might need Helmet of Grit for the action economy to do this effectively. Maybe.
Taking position.
It's +2. And people for one more turn. Yeah, I can make this work. Maybe I don't need saturation. Maybe I say fuck it, we ball. Maybe I say fuck a recall. See how much damage we can do with this. Yeah, without Rhapsody stacked up, and without hitting crits on those, that was good. Not fantastic, but good. So proof of concept. Yeah, we only hit one crit there. Yeah, I want to work on that. But Flame Feeble from Vengeful Merrigan, Chronomancy. Helmet of Grit would let me do that in a way where I have saturation. Still free cast. I mean, I could try again. I don't think I'm that interested. I'll just play out the rest of the fight. Is Arcane Synergy good on Hunter Rangers plus recruit everything on volley? I mean, it's +3 if you have +3 in your spellcasting stat, which is usually a waste of stat points on a hero class hunter. Also, it's worse at that role than other things you get in the helmet slot by the time you have access to volley, but like Arcane Synergy as a bonus is just kind of fine. It's nothing special, it's fine. I do have an idea here, actually. That'll maybe be funny. Yeah, that might be funny. Gonna have to allow myself to go lethargic soon. That's fine. Good question. Do you kill everything in Nautiloid? No, I don't. To get the Campions, it would be a huge time investment and also a pretty steep RNG check, like Danny mentioned. I don't even take, like, a good Nautiloid route compared to some other people in the chat, like Trade and Danny both run the Nautiloid differently than I do. I just prioritize getting out, because I can't be fucking bothered. The fucking... So I'm thinking here, if I Connor the Merrigan, that's 2 enemies that I can kill. And I could Bloodlust off of the throw killing the Merrigan. Then I could use my bonus action to saturate. Use an attack to trigger the retaliation from Answer, and then go for the Scorching Ray. That could be funny. Cheesy cambions from outside their aggro range. I'm aware, but that's where the time investment would come in. It would still take a very long time of me clicking attack on them. Worth at least killing Zalk the Mind Flayer and book and forget the campions. I would argue that it's not even worth it to do that much, but this is where my preferences differentiate. There are safe strats to ensure that you get the Mind Flayer XP, at the very least. So that is likely worth. I just personally prioritize getting out first, because I just want to get on with the run. The level 5 before major combat is just fine without that 75. Yeah. How you doing, JD? I don't know why my mage hand isn't in shared initiative. It's like if I get Hope in the arena.
Fury. I am death.
How did you get spotted? What is you doing? Fine. Actually, I wonder. Thank you. Okay, so I have an attack, I have an action. I go here. It's that music box thing. That's counter charm.
This medicatrix. Taking position.
Fireball on you. Switch back to you.
I will ascend.
Yeah, he got hastened. That's funny.
I am fury. I am death.
Sure. This fight isn't hard, I'm just trying to sign something out. So I have this equipped. I need 3 kills to be able to saturate. How can I get 3 kills in 1 action? The answer is once again Connormancy. Do I have Magic Missile? No Call the Weak. Scorching Ray would be better here. My Mage Hand was actually in shared initiative. That would be ideal. Fire immune, but I have Sonic Overload and Steeped in Bliss. You should still die. Only got +2 from that. Okay, I still have a turn. Right, because I would have gotten Bloodlust off that, but not there. Let's hit you up again. You're still Fireball. Need to get 1 more stack of Scarlet Remittance. Oh, you're saved. That's my goat right there. Now, saturation. Low ground. Much better. think that was worth the wait. Okay.
What have you done?
What else with?
Connoisseur.
Yeah, even with Crater's Wounds not doing much by itself, even without having a setup built for Scorching Ray damage, pretty clean 2-shot,
Time to rest.
forced crit, Scorching Ray upcast. Not bad for a build that doesn't focus on that kind of attack. Yeah. No Empowered Evocation, no Draconic Elemental Affinity.
I will take my pick.
No Dual Wielder. Fun stuff. Alright. Now we get ready for House of Hope, I think. Guess we could do some Mystic Scoundrel stuff, that's fun. Play Wild Sparks for spell save DC. Dusk for spell save DC. Stick with Rhapsody, why not? Book of the Weave. It's 16 DC right now. Do want to keep my crit immunity on. Let's go this way. 20 DC. Need to do a horny setup for the dragon? Yeah. Pop Scorching Ray for Artistry of War. Swap out Peg for Old Monster. Actually, I should free Floric. Let's go do that. Learned a lot here. Really appreciate all this chat and Quag. Yeah, happy to have you here, Fielora. And that doesn't feel right. Tell me how I should refer to you. I like getting names right. It's a respect thing. But you have brought good conversation topics and Fielora. You brought good conversation topics and we love that around here. The questions welcome tag is like a heartfelt thing. There's this idea that really annoys the shit out of me that gets spread around by people who want, like, some kinds of gamer are looking for reasons to dislike theory crafters, optimizers, challenge runners, speed runners, you know, anyone who really makes it their business to know how a game works. There's this type of person who really likes to sling shit at that category with this baseline assumption that we're elitists. And it's like, no. No, anyone who is actually into this shit loves nothing more than talking shop. So, it's never an issue.
It's over. You might have unlocked my... I'll seek out
It's
my
nerdy and
connections.
passionate, yeah.
Well,
Baelora. Gotcha. This fire elemental won't really follow Hope properly. You see, it's not on the bar here because it's not my summon, it's Hope's summon.
Action, not reaction. Without delay.
Curious.
Ironic how they're being more elitist with that mindset instead. It's something I've had to deal with as long as I've been doing this whole Twitch thing, even with other games. It's like certain kind of person runs around like, oh, you shit down new people's throats for not knowing things. It's like, no. That's literally the opposite, and I kind of make it a point of my platform to not do that, but it's okay. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. Also hate now that I'm interested in house and build crafting. No, I think there's some interesting stuff there. Like, they gave him, I think, equivalent exchange power in exchange for him not having that tadpole. Because, like, Halcyon and Jaheira are the only non-tadpoled companions. I don't think Jaheira really gets enough to make up for that. But Halcyon does. And that's very interesting. Love the vibe here, then. I'm the same way. Love explaining, nerding out. Absolutely. Counterpoint, Jaheira is cool as fuck. Agreed. Jaheira's, I'm such a Jaheira fan from BG 1 and 2 that I fucking cried when she was recruitable. Like, tears of awe, joy, whatever you wanna. Like, the whole of the Act 2 finale in my first playthrough was overwhelmingly good. I was just, like, jaw on the floor the whole time. It's got some of my favorite cutscenes in the game, some of my favorite stories, some of my favorite fights. There's a lot to love. But, like, I was tearing up when I could bring Jaheira to my camp. It was so fucking hype. Is it legal to be hot and cool at the same time? Jaheira will make it legal. Hey, Mick, thank you for gifting us up to Faye, Laura. Very kind. What extra thing does Minsk get except a boo? Just boo, as far as I'm aware. But, like, Minsk is also tadpoled. Oh, did you ever find the message, Danny? It's like I commented when I saw the ping, but it was like, huh? Oh, for gore. Minsk is a hunter, which is the best ranger subclasses established earlier. Well, I mean, by the time you get control of Minsk, you get to assign his levels, right? So, does he already have anything invested? I thought he's level 1 and you can choose. You ever look at why? No, I couldn't figure out why. But, like, all of the companion characters have some sort of feature unique to them. In Minsk's case, it's Boo. I guess the other unique thing about Minsk is he's always level 12 when you recruit him. Like, if you're level 9 running around in Act 3 and you recruit him, he's level 12. Jaheira is always level 8, Minsk is always level 12, Minthara is always level 6. I don't know if Halcyon has a level floor, I've never bothered to check. That's actually worth looking into. Channel was it? I think it was think it was BG3 General Spoilers, I think. Alright, so the plan here is I'm gonna stick Eyebite Fearful to Raphael, and then he's not gonna get to play the game. That's pretty much it. That's the whole plan. I guess I'll do Hold Monster, maybe Planar Binding, for, okay, that Fire Element is still here. Neat. Make sure I destroy the contract. Okay. Don't have any invis.
Blackest will be done.
Does Revoke Guest work on Raphael? No, but he can just get... You can throw him over the railing. And it's very funny. Hey, Nominatin? That, again, correct me if I absolutely butchered your name. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad-free viewing, all the perks.
I crave blood.
Thank you, thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Still on Bloodlust. I have Warp Headband on, so I can justify this. I'm gonna Greater Invis on Hope. I don't know why she has the zoomies right now. For coatings here. Doing sharpness. Enough. Yeah, let's give all the skellies sharpness. You too. Hope can have a flight potion. Cloudgiant on the Mage Hand. You can stay.
Indolence breeds madness.
I will not.
You can't stop me.
Their skulls will...
If you have any last word... No.
Hope's out of spell slots. Hang on. Let me fix that. Way. Accidental tag? Okay, that's funny.
Hell has its law.
So that shield withdrawals I put on Corilla earlier in the game. I had the mage hand throw Raphael at Corilla. Knocked them both prone, stunned her. Part of me wants to go for Mind Blast here. Silence. Game.
Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought. Doomed, detected.
Her Myrmidon's still hidden, so. Let's start with you.
No more deals, it's over. The final act.
Now the backlash damage here is gonna pop the shield withdrawals. I'm hoping it stuns.
This house of hope.
Oh, that's fine. Initiative on Shovel, unfortunately. Did I turn Call the Weak back on? Let's go here. Let's go for an angle where I can you out, but there's just you to deal with. Take the opportunity to start eye-biting things off the board. You're dazed. Let's stand next to you. By Aura of Murder. I forgot to re-inspo everyone. It's fine. Pretty good damage from these skellies.
Time to strike.
One.
Victory awaits. I am fury. I am death.
Doomed, detected,
Strike.
and
Silence, start singing. Silenced. Stand right over here. Not bad for first turn. Still got hope. Let's have her. Let's move a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Heal you. What do we got scroll-wise? Oh yeah, I totally should have set up the wall of ice first. Whoopsie. Anything funny that's non-concentration I could have her do? Not particularly. Guess a cone of gold would be, like, fine. Meh. I'll just have her hide. Do I absolutely need Illithid powers for a solo on mode run? No. Are we just handicapping ourselves if we don't? Yeah, you're just getting weaker, but you don't need them. I've done multiple runs without them. They're really good, though. I actually just don't want that summon anymore. Your job's to stand there, so. Mage Hand. Do I have a speed pot? No, I ran out of speed pots. Okay. So I could go for a hold monster to hold Raphael in place for the skeletons to all auto-crit him. Probably don't want to do that yet. Let's move the vortex backwards a bit. That'd be some pretty good damage, though. Fuck it, we ball. Alright, everyone, get in there. That's Aura of Murder. My favorite Illithid power ability drain? Probably, yeah. It's between ability drain and psionic overload. I'm a fan of both of those. That sun's pretty big. If I had kept Scorching Ray prepared, I could have Psionic Overload and killed him with a Scorching Ray right now. Killing Raphael with that is fun. I do have Rays of Fire still, but that's only 3. I could do Arrow Fiend Slaying, Psionic Overload. 2 of those. Probably gets the kill.
Swift and lethal.
I'm not gonna saturate. I'm just thinking about it. Hey, speaking of Psionic Overload. Oh yeah, I forgot I have Mystic Scoundrel on. Could have done that in a different order. It's fine though. Nice job, Shovel. So I do want to point out that Raphael just never got a turn.
Victory awaits.
These spores are really good, yeah.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave more food.
Pinch yourself and check when
You are wide awake
it is not right that
for the first time.
and I
Okay, bye, Hope. So this one Skelly in 2 attacks killed that Vengeful Campion. That was round 3. So Raphael was killed on round 2. Pretty good. Hope sister dead? Extremely dead. You can save her, I just never bothered to. Well, not never. Sometimes I do it.
Proceeding. Just so.
I'm taking out for the brain with you. I've done it once. Not for your necklace, though.
The contract you never should have signed.
I should take it, shouldn't I?
But did you want that we must not? But it is.
Got your hot exit right here. Thanks, Hope. Man, I didn't even have all my spell save DC on for that fight. Whoops. What's that necklace? It's the Amulet of Elemental Torment. This used to be an Act 1 item. Hey, Sevenar. It used to be an Act 1 item. They moved it to Hope. And they only moved it to Hope, like, after you save her, too. But it's really good on multi-hit spells, such as Artistry of War. I can apply 6 instances of, if I'm standing in fire damage. If I'm standing in Caustic Brine, acid damage. And because those are individual instances, they each get boosted by things like Rhapsody, things like Hexblade's Curse. I could just use Firebolt, I'm being stubborn. Anything left to use it on? Not really. Leroican, I guess? Yeah.
That should more than suffice.
But I'm not going to do that. This is more of a, Leon, it's your job to provoke this. Skellies can go have fun. Hey, don't knock my skellies down. Door open okay? Yeah. I need to take off Mystic Scoundrel. Not helping me right now. Keeping the fire brightened to the best of my ability. Oh, good job, Leon. Didn't expect that to work, but I wanted a YOLO one anyway. After the Aelin fight Rogue and dies before Aelin, then he's dead. Nothing like interesting. He's just dead. Let's save in a minute. Let me do that. This fire merman's being super annoying. Messing with my shared initiative. Feels bad. I have another chain lightning. Thought I had one more. No, I had hoped click it because I thought that would be funny. But as usual, it was. Even possible to keep that goober alive long enough to kill Aelin on honor mode? Yes. I've done it. It's hard, but I've done it. But I would say that doing that fight under those parameters is in the running for hardest fight in the game. Shot. Why do I have non-lethal on still? Fuck. No bloodlust. I roll in.
What in the
Let's be friends.
here? I thought it was the price I had to pay. Thankfully, I wouldn't have this, but
I wouldn't have this butt. Oh.
What lies within? Without delay.
Alright, what do I have resource-wise? I have haste wars. I don't have much access to invis stuff right now. Like the projection. Remaining bosses are Saravok, Mysticarian. I don't really feel like doing those. They wouldn't be interesting. Can one-shot Saravok, can one-shot Mysticarian. Saravok's just some human, so Piercing Bolt's easy, Psychic Bolt's easy. Dominate person, hold person, all that shit works. And Mysticarian is Firebolt, so also easy.
To browse if you are a city official here to collect dues, say taxes. For all other inquiries, say other.
I could steal these, but lazy. How do you steal them? So you can abduct the projection here somewhere else with improvised melee weapon, fast traveling, you know, that usual thing. The projections have no crime responses, so as long as there's no one else around, you can just steal until you get it. They just do not care.
We can take your pick.
So that works with either Roland's projection or Leroican's projection, whichever one is running the storefront. Yeah, there's purple ore. I'm glad we did the Flame Feeble thing. I've been wanting to actually implement that in a run for a while. Could have done it more smoothly, but acceptable. Using the Feign Death pickpocket trick be considered cheese in solo honor mode run? Cheese is subjective, but I would also bring up that as of patch 7, Feign Death does not work on anything that isn't a player. But like, if you can get that to work, think about the mechanics of that. You put together a strat to minimize or remove the downsides of using the skill meant to steal from vendors to steal from vendors. That's not a cheese, that's a strategy. Butter up the merchants and put them to sleep, feign death and pickpocket them. So, as of patch 7, feign death does not target anything that is not a player, even if you have them as an ally. Maybe it works differently below honor mode. Do I have feign death to demonstrate this? I don't. It just, you can't. Now, anyone can use it on you, because you're a player, but you can't. Unless you've found a way around that on current patch. It's just something you can't do. Did I rap at the brain? No, I've been rap atting the brain too often. Oh, I'll bomb the brain. Not barrelmancy, bombs. 4. Okay, let's get more somewhere. Must be valid below honor then? Yeah, maybe. There's definitely different rules on honor and non-honor. Some things just straight up work differently. Example is Perilous Stakes here. Notice how here on honor mode it has this this ally clause. Has to be an ally. Mind Sanctuary is haste instead of converting actions and bonus actions interchangeably. So there are just game rule differences on specific abilities. Wouldn't surprise me if Feign Death still works below honor mode. And that brings me to the question, is it cheese? I don't think thinking of things in terms of if they're cheese or not is a productive thing, because there's always going to be someone that isn't familiar with your strat that labels it cheese before they understand it. And there is no bottom in terms of like how low that kind of discourse goes. I've been accused of cheese for throwing enemies into chasms. I've had people refer to using the inspect button as cheese. I've seen initiative referred to as a cheese stat.
This vessel.
Don't worry about it. If it's a strat that you want to do, then do it. The only person's opinion that matters for rule sets is your own.
What to do? Things have stayed interesting.
Appreciate that insight. There's a lot of gatekeepers out there. There are. And always remember, always, always, always remember, gatekeeping is a skill issue. If someone is going to gatekeep, I guarantee they don't know nearly as much as they want you to believe that they know. Killing enemies is cheese, using escape to camp button is cheese. Yeah, using haste effects, cheese. Hitting critical hits is also cheese.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood. This vessel is...
Imagine playing this solo or purely co-op game how you want. Crazy. I know some things about this small subset of the game, using any other things and not using the things I'm good at. Cheese. Yeah, say. My only gripes when people ask things that the game yells at you in text about, find a way to call things cheese because of it. Like, I get the reading's hard, but come on. So, like, in all fairness, this game presents you with a lot of information. It is hard to parse and digest all of it. But that said, yeah, there's a lot of reading issues. A lot. Spells, cheese. Long rest, cheese. Scrolls, oh, you better believe that's cheese. 8 bombs should be enough. We'll go with Callous Glow. Expeditious Retreat. I'm a wizard. Of course I have Expeditious Retreat. Speedy Light Feet. And we'll put on Hell Giant Gloves for carry weight. Really need this slot for anything. Yes, so that means I can do that. Cool. Steel Watch Foundry complete? Yep. We'll actually keep this on for a little bit. Don't need Ring of Feywild Sparks. Let's do Crusher's Ring. That could be Biconius then. Okay, so the summon's all put in work. We're gonna be ripping a double long rest right now. Carry weight will become an issue again. We've had Auntie Ethel's Charm on the entire act.
Zahira, a boy is trying his best to Good does not wait for...
This mess falls on our head.
Did buy those invis pots, right? Yeah, that's enough. See someone raging about cheese because they're lactose intolerance. Never okay.
Help but feel a little anxious. I don't think it's what happens. I've never been able to write my own future. I'd like to find somewhere peaceful with my parents.
Funniest and most outlandish thing that's been called cheese has to be the fucking inspect feature being used as intended. Yeah. Go on.
I'd like room for animals.
If you think about it, coagulated milk
All
proteins is
shapes and
cheese.
sizes, so long as they appreciate a warm fire and more affection than they know what to do with.
What else?
I want to grow flowers. I want to be surrounded by colors every day. I'm tired of darkness.
Anything else?
Yes.
Coagulated?
share it
Ah.
all with you.
Yeah, do does.
If you're willing.
Of course.
Then it sounds like I have everything I need. More of life than I'd ever imagined possible without Shah.
Wholesome.
We need to see my
Oh, yeah.
father.
Hey, killed the big stupid dragon.
We must act. This.
Okay, yeah.
Uncertainty fills the air. Will has reached a fork in a car.
Who wants to talk to me? Oops. That's these two. Shadows, oh yeah, machine. I had to do it. Like, I had to.
I'm free from him. But you saved me back there.
You saved yourself.
You did more than that. This is...
Good job, Starry. Proud of you, buddy.
I hope you're here to discuss that contract you just signed.
Gale?
Agreeing to give away our greatest hope of salvation wasn't the wisest of moves. Oh, you...
Sure, Gale. Yeah, we'll give Raphael the crown. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Put your shirt on.
No more secrets from you. Your distrust of me will be your undoing. You think you know? Did you like? But since you insist, you are and you would do well to reconsider unlocking your
Finally, the mask drops, and you put so much effort into it.
We are done here.
Did I even get Sharpcast with this run? No, I forgot.
Oh, my stomach. Not sure that potion was worth it.
Yeah, it was though, Lazelle. You know that it was. Alright. I could play dress up with companions again, but I just kind of want to get the run done. Don't need the ballast armor. Don't need spell sparkler. I still have the Orthon bombs, don't need those. Don't need those. Don't need those. Don't need that. I don't really need that either. I don't need that. I don't need these.
Hear about Lord Gortash. It's all over the broadsheets. Shame. Apparently, he was a good man.
That's right. Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
Eating 64 slices of craft singles any percent speedrun. Why are you crafting singles? There's hot ones in your area right now. Just should have renamed cheese. Reading this conversation's making me very hungry. Yeah, I could eat.
Anyway, take your pick.
Oh, hi, Shovel. Bye, Shovel.
I crave blood.
We're gonna go no cloak for the fashion. Yeah, we gotta look good too. If I was rushing less, I would, you know, do a little fashion show, make everyone look good here. But I cannot be bothered. So we'll focus on Lae'zel here. Now, where is my die? I barely vendored in Act 3 at all either. Good enough. Shield's so cool. You're cool.
Proceeding.
Fuck it. Got him. You're an okay streamer. Hell yeah. Underpaid chatter, but a paid chatter nonetheless. You are short and bald? Okay. Both of those things are only like half true.
Cranium rats. They swarm when an Elderberg is near. We must be close to its hiding place. Beware. A solitary rat may be trivial, but a swarm is dangerous.
They're cool. You're a wonderful, amazing person. Be in your presence, splash of cold water on sun-scorched lips. I got your sun-scorched lips right here. Listen. You know? Go beat the game.
Pretty silent.
Brain Orpheus going full with it. Free Orpheus, and make him go squid. Now here's the question. Would you like me to kill the brain in one bomb throw? Or more than one bomb throw?
And
Can you smell it? The brine. It's infused with magic. The brain is here.
one true way.
Make it sucker. Whatever I feel like doing. It's just determines whether or not I use Fierce Perilous Stakes. So like one of the reasons why the brain is top 2 easiest bosses in the game is because you, in almost all routes to the fight, you have at least one person there who can use Fierce Perilous Stakes. Or, you know, it'll always only be one, but you'll have one person in any route except for siding with the Emperor and not turning. And Fierce Perilous Stakes, you can make anything one-shot the brain. Like, actually anything. Bring Root Powder, use it all up last night. I do not have it.
I can feel the brain. Draining me.
Deathly. Your blood.
You think you.
See, the black on the mutilated carapace looks good because the war paint.
It's messing with
It's
your
good.
mind. Don't listen to it. Use the stones.
I didn't want that here, but fine, sure.
Don't listen to it. Focus on the crown.
Always save, never shave. Hell yeah, Shart Lover.
I won't allow it. Again, dominate it.
I own you this way now.
Alright, check this out. See, this is showing examples of rolls that are almost enough. I did that for your benefit. And then this is just, you know, I'm gauging the range. So as a warning shot. But now watch this. Okay. See, that was me subverting your expectations, making sure you're paying attention. Check this out. Okay, so like this is just me trying to match the difficulty class. I was going for a 9 and a 9, but I almost had it. I was off a little bit. But now, due to a game bug, I didn't get the roll. It was a bug. It was entirely out of my control. This game is shit and should Call of Duty whatever came out that year should have gotten Game of the Year.
It has become something more. We won't.
Crit roll still reduces health or strength or something. Yeah, it starts with 20% less HP. If you get the 99. Should use silence to make the roll stop fudging. True. Free Orpheus or ally with Emperor? I almost always free Orpheus. I'll only ally with the Emperor if a rule set forces me to. Fuck the Emperor.
You may address me as your majesty.
It actually starts as one thing. I don't know why. Doesn't even matter. But just for the record, how hard did you try?
Make no mistake. I will neither forgive nor forget your abuse. That is you take my God. All that suffering. At this point, it will take. I will become the nether gift. Come. It's time
Keep
for
that
us
in
to
mind.
meet our
Ah.
fate and end this illicit nightmare.
I think the Emperor was part of the grand design all along, manipulated all of us from the start. Well, the brain will explain to you that the Emperor was allowed to slip its leash because it was a useful pawn. Only thought it was acting in its own interests. but like the brain was using them the whole time. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. Oh, okay.
Don't let this chaos consume you.
Read a lot. It's not clear to me, was the Emperor the one who gave us a tadpole or not? It's a little ambiguous. Like, if you look at the character models, it doesn't look like the Emperor. But there's similarities in the outfit. And then also, narratively, the timeline would kind of make sense. And it certainly sounds like something the Emperor would do. So hey, I'll blame him if you want to. We could do that together. Yeah, the Mind Flayer in the first cutscene is the same armor. And you could make the argument that, yeah, but like the head shape and everything doesn't look the same. But also, Lae'zel doesn't look exactly like she does in the game in that cutscene either, and she's in it. So like, you know, I don't know if we can be sure. Hey, thank you for your service, Connor. 07 King. Human versatility for Orpheus. An elegance. Vigilance. I'm not even gonna elixir because I don't need to. But I will also take Elven Elegance.
Objective noted.
I have one darkness arrow. That's something I forgot to check for. Oh, else were there other Dead Mind Flayers in Monolith before the Githyanki attacked it? If you start as... Well, I guess that's happening during the attack. But during the attack, both Will and Karlach are individually fighting Mind Flayers. Like, if either one of them is on the ship, you can't have both, but if either one of them is on the ship, they're being attacked by Mind Flayers.
It can't be. Orpheus, my prince. What's become of you? The grand design must be.
Could you realistically buff up friendly Connor enough to make him defeat the brain? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, FPS for sure. Giving the brain Vuln. You could shriek for him. Yeah, you could.
You underestimate your own people. Their imaginations have kept the name Orpheus alive for millennia. Bring them my message. Tell them my fate. Then let it fly. This now.
Boss 2 and BG3 both being games where a cat can kill the final boss.
We have lost much already, and we will lose more before the day is out. But even when the last soul falls, Baldur's Gate will stand. For Baldur's Gate is more than just a city. It is more than
I'm
a
even
place
wearing
of
the exact
opportunity
outfit.
for those of mercantile
Nice.
spirit. More than a place of refuge for those who are lost. More than a home for friends, loved ones, and adventuring souls. Baldur's Gate is a place where anyone can find what they need, if they're just willing to fight for it. Today, Baldur's Gate needs us. Today, we fight for...
Chat, what was your favorite moment with Bjorn? We've been on so many adventures with him, but like, if you had to pick, which one was your favorite?
This is the one you spoke of.
The very same. The champion we've been waiting for. The one
The one where he was dead. I was so upset on that one.
Fist examines your illithid ally with suspicion. The Fist.
And I'm not allowed.
You helped me.
Alright, we got Arabella, Damon, Loric, Barkus, Steelwatcher, Isabel Aelin, Raven Guard, Paul, Roland, Volo, Zevlor, Nine Fingers, Alma, Halson, Cheer.
The air is thick with anticipation.
Nine Fingers, Shahir, and Halson running through fire.
Leave him be.
Just me, a Squid Orphe's week? It's you. Full Illithid, whether you have Orpheus do it, Karlach do it, or a player do it, has some insanely busted abilities. Like, it is so powerful that you could go through the entire game level 1 with nothing except your Illithid powers, and it would be stronger than most builds still. But a lot of them aren't straightforward. Like, so Fierce Perilous Stakes, this might seem like a lot of downsides, but let's look at everything about it face value. Additional 15 psychic damage, that goes on every instance of damage attributed to you. So if you hit someone with, let's say, Artistry of War, you're doing 15 extra psychic damage on each of the 6 projectiles. The healing, whatever, who cares, it's healing. The crit reduction, it's -5 to your crit. So that's really fucking good. You become vulnerable to all damage, but who cares? But the thing that this one doesn't tell you is it stacks. It stacks. So you could just get a bunch of stacks of this on someone and give them as much bonus psychic damage per instance as you want, and you can also make it so they critically hit on a 1. So yeah, like, that's just that power. But also, Synaptic Consumption here can one-shot most things in the game by just atrophying them down to 0 in a particular stat. This used to work on the brain itself. Only in patch 8 did they change that. But this can take almost any enemy in the game and just kill them immediately. Nebulous Black Hole is a black hole that also does damage twice. So yeah, Black Hole is already good. This is that, but also with just fuck you up to 68 damage. It's almost nice. You still have access to all of your existing tadpole powers. You get Strength and Force Tunnel, which is Force Tunnel but an attack roll. So like, Force Tunnel is already an unconditional knockback. But imagine if you did that, and also it was able to crit and did a ton of force damage. Potent Concentrated Blast, same as Concentrated Blast, except a ton of damage. Like, Extract Brain up to 100 piercing damage, and it's an attack roll. So you could do 400 piercing damage with this on a max rolled crit without outside bonuses. Your Mind Blast is no longer long rest, it's per turn. Yeah, like, there's a reason why you're only... Oh, and also, you have Permanent Mind Sanctuary, so every other turn, you can use either actions or bonus actions for all your abilities. And that Permanent Mind Sanctuary works with extra attack in Shapeshift builds, so you could just attack like 12 times with the Slayer. And yeah, you have Tentacle Whip as your basic attack. It's pretty crazy. Does Universal Resistance cancel out the vulnerability from Fierce Perilous Stakes? Yes.
The Nautiloid's attacking. Avoid its fire.
Yeah, if they gave us access to full Illithid for more than a very short section of the game, yeah, its power level would be a problem.
Action, not reaction. Maggots will be done.
Or that I want to do this. That's important. Yeah, and the Emperor gets almost none of those abilities that I mentioned. The good thing about the Emperor is he's got very good spell save DC, so he's good for scroll spamming if you're doing that, but that's about it. Hey, Andy. Rolled exactly enough. Thank you, human versatility. Oh, hang on, I forgot to shapeshift. I'll do it next round. It's fine. I was forgetting something. This is not my Dream Guardian.
You have already failed.
Hold them back. The grain is almost under control.
Do this fight solo normally if you wanted? Yes, and I have many times. Like, again, full Illithid is so powerful that, like, you could also just one-shot everything on the top of the brain, including the dragon, just kill them all in one turn, and then do exactly what I did anyway. But you could also do the approach of, you know, use your standard builds, you could, summon all the allies and stuff.
Is weakening. The brain is almost defeated.
rain and end the grand design.
Okay, so I forgot to disguise. We're gonna do that.
Swift and lethal.
Specific platform I'm trying to protect here.
I am fury. I am death. In my best interest.
It'll be fire, lightning immune next turn. Whatever, don't care.
I will ascend.
I don't think I actually need this globe, but it's to protect against a possible bug. I've only seen under a very specific set of circumstances, but I like future-proofing. Alright, so FPS or no? Nah, let's go no. Or smoke powder bombs.
Reconsider. Assess. Implore.
Do we ever get an idea of how long Empus Mind Flayer, assuming the city was founded long enough ago, if he died several times over from old age, stayed human? I actually don't know the time frame. Sure, you can put numbers to that, but the GG's, everybody. Those are some nice smoke powder bombs. So, like, the funny thing, Waffle House, is that's a matter of perspective. Those were actually very weak smoke powder bombs in terms of, like, if I really wanted to crank the damage on those. Because that was me opting not to use Fierce Perilous Stakes. That was also, I had to waste an action to disguise instead of doing this whole thing around earlier. And this was without Gaping Wounds or Hexblade's Curse. So, could have hit a lot harder. Time to tune in again. Welcome back. I could have had a cloud of daggers on top of the fire service too. Hit as hard as they did. So smoke powder bombs will explode once for each time they die. So if you have that bit of information and you know how to add more death events to a throw, then you can get them to explode many more times. I think with what I had going on there, they were exploding 9 times each. and each of those was getting lightning charges and callous glow. Each of those was having their damage, the force part, boosted by 4, because 3 from Rhapsody, 1 from Mutilated Carapace.
Silence. For the first time in a long time, your thoughts are entirely your
So
own.
each of those bombs was doing minimum...
Gravity.
Minimum like 180 damage. Assuming, failed save. That's how you hit the platform, made more deaths. So, I was throwing from high ground. It was taking bludgeoning damage when it hit the ground. That's 1. Well, the default bomb explosion is 1, right? Throwing from high ground takes bludgeoning damage. That's 2. There was a fire surface there. That was killing it. That's 3. Lightning charges, causing the impact to get lightning damage. That's 4. Callous glow. That's 5. Lightning charges and callous glow applying to some of the other ones there that did damage. So applying to the fall, applying to the fire. Each, that's 9. Yeah. So, 9 explosions. Are we needed at the helm? I've only been live for 6 hours. We'll see how I feel in like 20 minutes. Maybe we start a new one. You can add in additional events to make the bombs explode more. If there was a cloud of daggers there, that would be another death event. Escaping me what some of the other options are, but there's a bunch of ways of doing it. And remember, if I had done Fierce Perilous Stakes, every individual instance of damage would have gotten 15 psychic damage per stack, and I was giving the brain psychic vulnerability with the Resonance Stone, so it would have been 30 damage per stack. So 1 stack of Fierce Perilous Stakes would have been a 270 psychic damage. Next run in mind. There's 2 concepts I've been toying around with. One, I kind of want to refine the rule set more, and maybe do some field testing of how some of that would work. The other one is I want to do a tenacity build. So I'm thinking the tenacity build makes more sense to start. You can put a lot of damage bonuses on tenacity. Hunter's Colossus Slayer, Hex from Warlock, the damage bonus from the Ring of Elemental Infusion. You got Lightning Charges, you got Callous Glow, you got having a high strength modifier, you've got, again, things like Rhapsody Formless Slaughter, applying Gaping Wounds to the enemy, Hexblade's Curse,
Everything you did.
applying
everything you
bludgeoning
sacrificed.
vulnerability to the enemy.
It was worth it.
Fowler Louvre Shriek being
For this.
active. And Tenacity can also apply coatings. It's considered an on-hit event from the weapon. And I want to do Punch Drunk Bastard stuff too, because Tenacity will trigger the AoE from Punch Drunk Bastard.
We did it! We actually did it! And the city's still standing?
Rebel against your queen, stay with Shark Queen. Of course, the
Just
Shark
like
Queen.
Azora said they would. A small price to pay in the grand scheme of things.
We've won. But at what cost? The mangled
Could have
rhymes
sworn
the
Punch Drunk
bards will
Bastard
make
doesn't
of
have
your
Tenacity
name.
though. It does.
Perhaps those are the true evil here.
And we didn't even have to tell
Think so,
the
anyway.
mind flayers to do it.
Wasn't I using that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Well, you know.
Even when my time in the prism stretched out like eternity, when escape seemed impossible,
No, I guess it doesn't.
I never lost hope.
No, I must have been thinking of something else. With
Was to liberate my people.
no, I was
To return to them triumphant.
getting my wires crossed there.
It seems I can only fulfill
Yeah, that was
one
for different
part
builds.
of my
Disregard that part.
destiny. My people will
Gets
be
Cleave
liberated.
instead. Yeah, I was thinking of doing
I cannot
AoEs
return
with
to
it.
them.
Yeah, so not Punch Drunk Bastard, but...
You helped me destroy that.
Or Shadowheart? She's somewhere here.
Now help me destroy myself. You must kill me.
There she is. The one you want to refine is the one I think it is, still tweaking mine as well. Want to put heads together, let me know. Yeah. Yeah, I think bouncing ideas sometime would be cool, Andy. Because I'm thinking of also adding some camp-related restrictions. Maybe even something to get me to interact with the loot system differently, too. Between a few ideas. How to keep Shadowheart in Party of the Night Song event. So, for my own personal rule sets for solo, I allow companions for story things. Does get tenacity? No, okay, then maybe I didn't have my wires crossed. So, like, I did the fight with Balthazar. I brought Shadowheart with me, I left her at the entrance to the Shadowfell, I did the fight with Balthazar without her, and then I brought her down afterwards. So she was never with me in a combat, she didn't help me at all. Just there for the conversation. Juice, etc. Thank you.
Is undone. Until someone can take up my cause, the Githyanki will remain chained.
Don't kill Balthazar for the Night Song. Nope, because it's more XP to fight him twice. I fight him in the Gauntlet of Shar, and I kill all of his help except for him, and then I leave. So I get their XP, and then I fight in the Shadowfell, because he spawns more undead there that are worth a bunch more XP.
Githka Tavkim crashed.
He really did give everything for his people. And for us.
But you still have Act 1 Fringe, thought you changes the style regardless of the quest resolves. It's tied to having a certain conversation with her, and I didn't have that conversation. If you go Dark Justiciar, then she'll do it, always, but in the other path, it depends on whether or not you have a certain convo. If you jump down the Night Song platform, just shoot him from above. I just shoot him from above. Can you non-lethal Balth and kill him in Shadowfell? May not show up if he's knocked out? You can't knock out undead. Doesn't work. What's that convo? Talking to her after Aelin reveals the thing about her parents.
Smoldering, waiting to be rebuilt. But it seems that Gale's mind is elsewhere.
So I just didn't talk to her again until we made it to Act 3.
Is something the matter? The crown. It's somewhere in the Giontha. If I salvage the stones, I can reform.
Should I start the new run today, chat? How's the energy levels? We still locked in?
And once I have, I'll take it to Mystra. Perhaps with this offering, she'll finally cure me of the affliction of the orb. I'm sure. A wise man learns from his mistakes and strives not to repeat them.
100 years, Baldur's Gate 3. I'll change Gale's mind. Say to go to Elminster. So, it depends on whether you've encouraged or discouraged him ascending, whether or not he's spoken to Mystra.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Yeah, Hazel. See a dead brain? Yeah, Sentinel. Your runtime? Yeah.
After all that,
Do you do no routing, linear runs, fight everything on site type? I haven't done that. Something I could do. I don't find that terribly interesting, though. Because that ends up with you bumping into some, you have to get lucky walls. Like, fighting everything in the order you run into them means some awkward things. But keep that in mind, because that's connected to the rule set that Andy and I are talking about, bouncing ideas off each other. So the run after this upcoming one probably has to be in that vein a bit.
I assume you will not be surprised to learn I long to escape the city.
Hey, Chester.
I miss silence.
Metastarian got his autograph. Let's go.
honestly don't mind what we do once we get to the... Ow! What the... Oh, no. Oh, God. Well, it was nice when it lasted. Ah! I'm sorry.
So I'm trying to keep dying. Yeah, because...
Poor Astarion.
Here, I'll try to think of an
He loved
example.
the sun. If only the feeling was mutual.
So,
I hope
Grimforge.
that isn't the last we see of him.
In order to get critical hit immunity, you have to go through Grimforge, go to the Ancient Forge, beat Grim, do your craft, right? But if you're fighting everything in the order you're running into it, you have to beat Gek Cole, use the boat, do the boat fight, or ignore the boat fight and then fight everyone in Grimforge, including the people you could have killed on the boat. You have to do all of that without your critical hit immunity, without all of the XP you would have gotten from going through Grim and stuff. The Grim fight is over 1,000 XP, so it's very often what gets people from 4 to 5 or 5 to 6. It puts you in a position where you are going into fights very unprepared and underpowered. At least in the early game. Matters less later. Like, particularly by the time you get to Act 2, you could just kind of be like, hey, let's fight. But in Act 1, it's rough.
So are you. My friend. My companion.
Alright, with love, Karlak, go to hell. I want you to live. I still don't think that's her best ending, because you ignore her desire for agency, and you make a choice for her. But she gets to live. And I don't feel like being sad.
It's only you who were destined thanks to you have earned you.
You. You think you go next run?
I was
I'll figure it out while we're
afraid
sitting
of
in
this
character
moment
creation.
When I woke this morning, I didn't know where I was. I thought perhaps it had all been a dream, stopping the absolute, saving my parents. Then I realized I was in your arms. We did it.
If I understood correctly, in your run after your next one, something of that sort. Previous comment? Yeah. So try if you like.
I didn't mean it like that. After everything that happened with my parents, with
Met
Shadow.
Shadowheart, it's funny they start off hating each other,
I
but
didn't think
like
I was owed any
the
happiness.
tension, I don't know, I always got a very particular read on what kind of tension that is between them early on, and it's more Shadowheart's trying to murder Lae'zel, but they both think each other's hot, so
I felt the wound last night while you were sleeping. Like some
yeah, I
sadistic
don't do
child
great in
dealing
crowds
in a
either.
fly.
For the conversation there, I
She
don't.
can try to twist the knife all she likes. I know I can survive her worst.
Enemies to lovers are true for a
Nothing she
reason.
does
Yeah,
can
Chris.
sour the fact that I have my family again. Thank you. Sometimes I have to remind myself of that very thing. It's nice to hear someone else say it. You and I... Our time together has been very dear to me. I had hoped maybe there might be more to come. It's not an exciting life that I lead, but...
With tenacity build, you intentionally run lower your attacking stat just whenever tenacity happens. That's something I haven't made a choice on. I was thinking maybe we do low charisma, so I have the choice to pact bind my weapon to lower my accuracy with it.
Good. Then seek me out when you have time. I'm hoping to find
Hopefully his
some place I
roommates
can
they'll be able to
settle
get a
down
second
and
bed
stay
someday.
close to my
Yeah,
parents.
yeah. See, like the other day, I heard them. They were both in the room together. The door was closed. They sounded like they were really upset that neither of them's been able to find husbands yet. They were like wailing and stuff, and I think they were destroying furniture because I heard the bed shaking too. I hope they're okay. Did it sound like they were making mac and cheese together? It did. It did.
Well, soldier, here we are. It worked.
Love conventions for the artist alleys and the panels. Sometimes an autograph or two. Crowds really bug me. Keeping me is packing snacks and fidgets, finding places to take
Let you
breaks.
come here. This isn't going to be easy, you know.
Yeah.
Zara's going to come at us with everything she's got. Gods, like clockwork. They'll be on us soon, but there's just enough time.
Ooh, yeah. It's been a while since we've had the bug.
But then there was the Blade of Avernus.
See, Will didn't put the butt cigar in his mouth because he's
Imps
a
are
fucking
fast,
coward.
but careless. Don't let them tire you out. Just get rid of them. And don't forget, you asked for this. Better let these fuckers know I'm back. And this time, I'm not alone.
I think this and the Jahira epilogue glitch where her swords are just glued to her hands are so funny. Also, the music hasn't worked in this for a couple runs for me. I don't know why. The real reason to dislike Will. Yeah, the only valid one. They turned it off. Nope.
Shadowheart found your peace in a country farmstead with a pack of pets and a garden of night orchids. You were basking beneath the silver moon after a midnight swim one night when you notice a letter among your discarded clothes. An invitation to a gathering of the friends and allies who stood by your side in the fight against the Absolute. You waste no time in packing and set off
I do like
on
how
the long road back
the
to
camp
where
clothes
all of your
here for the
adventures
party
together
for each
began.
companion. Almost every companion can change based on what happened to them. Good stuff. Good visual storytelling.
Thou wert called here.
Hey, Lacroon Square, thank you for the 6 months in the Prime.
I cannot remember the last time
Alright, I could talk to people, but here's the Jahira bug.
There's a ditty worthy of a knee slap.
Withers can pluck
Yes,
wine
hi
from
Carla,
all
good to
over
see you.
the world.
Withers has laid out quite a spread of... You made it! Now the revelry can truly begin.
Are they all talking to me at the same time? Gale's here, Professor Mode. Etc, etc. Yeah, you know the deal. The Withers is the bustiest lich here. Magic is stored somewhere, I guess, you know? Don't want to hear about Halsin's chosen successor? No, I'm good.
GG. Enjoy the revelry of what it...
Does Mindara or Halsin's outfit change? Yes. Halsin's I'm not sure about. Mindara's does.
Here, until we meet again, I wish thee every
Mostly
possible
sure.
fortune.
Magic stored in the breast implants? What do you mean? Those are naturals.
Thou didst truly believe, thou didst think gods, the sapling, the wimp, the dead fell, vermin.
Mana orbs. Rescue Mindara this game? No, she's very dead. Been recently messing around with BG1. Do you think the story there matters much when you play BG3? You get kind of the most important info from BG3 characters. So I wouldn't say it's not like required reading, but I would say enjoy the storytelling there for its own sake.